Morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. It's Thursday, and market's not moved too much. Slow drift higher, mainly caused from earnings this morning, helping tech move a little bit higher, especially those the chip names. All right, especially the chip names having a bit of a day this morning, unsurprisingly, given off the TSM earnings. So let's get into it. All right, daily chart. What do we have? Let's just reflect on where we've been. Big sell Friday. Monday, retracement. Tuesday, gap down, retrace back up, turn back inside. All right, so failed both sides. Wednesday, gapped up, nice drive up into here, sold off, push all day. And then we had that liquidation break. All right, so yesterday we had that liquidation break from the 25,000s, all right, all the way back down just under the 700s before we caught a bid there again. All right, we're in one of these right now. We caught a bid there again at 700s. Closing the day sort of at the midpoint and overnight drifting higher, coming into previous day's high, mainly off those earnings. All right, we cannot ignore this. We still cannot ignore these levels. All right, we know that in here we have supply or trap buyers, however you want to see it, but that's where they are. They're in here. If we reclaim this and go sideways for a few sessions, right, it's going to be a much easier trade for the upside than trying to play straight up today. It's possible that they do it today. It is possible. We can't ignore that, because if they want to fail that and we do that same failure in the top of this channel, we're going to see very much sorry team, same thing we've seen the last few days. If we fail up here, get back under 25,000, back under the 5-day, 20-day, then back to 700s we go. It's shown you it over and over and over again. Keeps telling you, keeps the market's trying to warn you. It's trying to tell you what's up there. All right, let's have a look at the Owlies. Sure, this is nice and clean for you. Yes. Okay, so you can see we've had the same story the last few days. All right, this is Monday's move. Walk up, walk up, walk up into 25,000. Fail. All right, and this was a deep move down. Reclaim 700. Right, there's your 700 level. Tuesday, walk up, walk up, walk up, just shy of 25,000, fail into 700, right? Wednesday, walk up, walk up, walk up, walk up, get over 25,000, come back under 25,000, fail, back to 700. You see the over-under, right? It's straight out the newsletter, this big level right here, all right? All the time we're holding that, there's a certain degree of bulls in control, but the rotation is huge, right? Here's your rotation. If we're going to start basing above 25,000 and taking out previous day high, maybe we can complete the move higher. Like we said yesterday, we have unfinished businesses. H1 wick is dreadful for bears. Right there, yet again, they had the opportunity here to take control of 700s. Right, if they could have forced a pullback even to 800, fail, 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 we could have got that move back down. But we didn't get that because they failed to take control. That has been the story since April this year. Right, they're failing to take control. So if we're going to complete the move higher, what we're looking at, well, we still have this H1 fill that we had yesterday, 128. We have the start of supply up here, sort of 160 to 200s. And if we get through that, all-time highs. All right, if we want to even have a quick look of like how thick this looks up here, just as a rough measure. All right, you can see this node into here, 180. And then 200 through that is actually gets much thinner up there. So that's what we were looking for. Either we reject that, all right, so either we're going to reject up here, complete the move and reject into sort of here and turn back down, or we're just going to go straight through it, pull back, hold it, and then we're going to complete the rotation back towards the highs. Those are the opportunities right now. So we like buys potentially. Momentum's very good, all right. We've got consistent low, high, higher low, higher high, higher low. We haven't made a higher high yet. We need to be careful once we make that high high. Every time we've made that high high, the pullback's been drastic. You could see something like this. You don't know. So momentum's great. Location is less than ideal, unfortunately. Buyers from London have had all the fun today. You can see it up here. Asia sort of traded sideways. London breaks out, pulls back, holds Asia. And we've got the same kind of thing that we had the day before. Remember this day here, at the very beginning yesterday, I said to you, be very, very careful if we get a failed breakout, if you go through it, because they kept telling you we have not liquidated anyone, and we liquidate some at the start of the day, and once we fell back down, we liquidate all of them. Well, it's not too dissimilar to today. I'm going to be honest. All right, there's the protected low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, equal lows, higher low, higher low. If you see a failed breakout in here and we come back down and fail 25, you know what's going to happen. All right, we've seen the same story over and over and over again. So what are we looking for? Well, ideally, we want to be bullish to complete the rotation. All right, it's going to be pretty hard to get bullish up here, isn't it, when we have all those trap players from yesterday. So if we can get a pullback back down into some of these levels, I'm interested. Gap fill will be here, basically by just above previous day's point of control. So any pullback into 900 that holds, I'm interested in that rotation, depending how we do the move. Okay, depending how we do the move. If we go straight up in the morning, it's going to be a bit harder to buy. All right, so we'd have to wait for a failure, pullback and a hold, or just a failed breakout and then play the backside back down to it. Any failures under 900, we're watching the previous day's value. Remember, currently, we're trading just above previous day's value. These blue lines on the chart. Value area high, value area low. That's previous day's value. If we hold this, we can bid off. If we fail, we're coming to here. If we fail that, we're coming to here. If we fail that, oh dearie me, we're going back to 700s. All right, so that's what I'm looking at. I want to be bullish where possible and play the rotations on the backside when they happen. All right, on the backside when they happen. ES looking the same, not quite as strong probably. Yeah, not quite as strong, mainly because of TSM. All right, so chip names are gapping up today. So ES, remember, ES already completed its move up to here yesterday. All right, so we've already completed that move on ES. Maybe this produces a lower high. Maybe we have divergence to here with NQ once it completes it. And maybe we come back down. I don't know. I'm open to that. Definitely open to that. Okay, quick look at the VIX, and you'll see yesterday, big swipe up, failing 22s. We're in this range, all right? This is scary times, right? All the time we're up above these 19s, right? You're looking at 300-point rotations, all right? Just be careful, be very, very careful. We dive under here, gap fill back down to here. We get some smoother, easier bullish play. Let's have a look at the mag, see where we're at. Apple, gapping up. Remember, we're looking for a move back over this level here. It needs to get over this level here for that move to 260, but gapping up looks okay. Amazon, that is not the best looking chart, honestly. It's like a bit of a bouncing ball. All right, if Amazon breaks here, it's going to get a liquidation break, so need Amazon to get going back upside. Slight gap up at the moment, but nothing too exciting. Google, lovely move the last few days. Remember, that's had relative weakness, right? On that walk down, they found a bid, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, and we're starting to print out. So let's just zoom out of that a sec so I can see where in the chart we are. Very good. Okay, so all-time high break coming on Goog, very, very possibly. Let's set an alert there. Looks good. Looks really good for the Goog. Amazing what a few days difference makes once it catches a bid. All right, Meta. Supply left up high. That's the liquidation break on Friday. We've been in a range ever since. It's starting to try and build on the top side of the range. So I'd say on Meta, if it can hold bids into 14s, anywhere above 14s, looking for that rotation back to 36s. Looks pretty good. Opening up slightly up. So most of the mag are opening up slightly up at the moment. Microsoft, gapping up. Same kind of story. Has had some weakness here. A bit like Goog. Starting to try and build out a base. If it can hold above that base, we're going to expect the rotation up. All right, just want to be careful. Left equal lows down there. Nvidia, there we go. So there's the gap up. This is all off TSM. All right, so Taiwan Semiconductors had good earnings. What does that mean? It means we expect the likes of AMD, Nvidia, etc., to potentially have good earnings, which can rally this market higher. So we're very possibly going to start pricing this in, which is what they've started doing this morning. So $3 move, nice gap up so far. Liquidation yesterday of those lows. If we hold a higher low today, we're looking for that squeeze back up, I would say. Tesla, slight gap up, pretty much flat, to be honest. That's a bit of a messy chart, but you can see what it's trying to build here. That's the liquidity it's trying to use for a break of 42s to get back up to 54s and then all the way up to 80s. One thing worth noting, thanks to Coop, it is why can't I think, OPEX this week, right? So those options rotations have been important, probably why we're seeing such big swings on the 300-point rotations. And have a look at a couple of others as well based on the chip names. Oracle gapping up strong. AMD about to take out all-time highs. About to take out all-time highs. What recovery? Love it. Let's get going, AMD. Let's get going. All right, I'm looking for that extension move. Remember, I'm still long from 58s. All right, 158. So we're looking good here. We're approaching $100 up per share. Fantastic. Fantastic. PayPal, oh my God, you look dreadful. I'm going to have to cut this thing soon if it doesn't get going. It's still I'm just about break even on it at the moment. That looks not too bad from Oscar. Looking for recovery for here. Same kind of thing. Big wash down. Let's see if we can get back up. Still holding that as well. ALB so far failing to break out of 100, but we'll get there. I think we will get there on that swing. So swing's looking good still. All right, seeing some selling off at the start of this market. We do have a newsprint here. It's worth marking out. I don't know what it was, but there is definitely liquidity there. Okay, team, that should have you covered. Let's see who is in here today. In fact, I can do it on this big screen, make it easier for me. Let's end that poll, see what you guys are all saying. All right, good morning, Clint, John Dennis, Jesse, Jeff, Silem, InfoRisk, Omalabi, Peter, Daily Laugh, Toby, Christy, Miguel, Mark, Nihal, Mike, Brandon, Thumper, Array, Oken, Charles, Tyre, ERF, Bart, Jacob, Eva, Greg, One-on-One, Sergio, Contorted, Chris, Troy, Leron, Dark Recordings, Caesar, Marek, Adam, ONJ, ERF, JJ, Richard, DJ Noah, The Richardsons, Bowden, Laidback, Calypso, Mo, PD, Lou Riley, Bradley, Psychosis, Awani, Capt, Golf, RSG. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Did any of you manage to get the liquidation yesterday? A few of my members yesterday got that liquidation break lower, which was great. And we did not get stuck in the 700s because we know that's been the rotation. All right, so just be smart. We're coming up so far, failing the same level of supply up here. Nice, Drew, you caught it. All right, so we're starting to fail up here. We can liquidate some of these players potentially. Remember, we've been walked up overnight, very much like yesterday. Walk up, walk up, walk up, walk up. There's your first liquidation, walk up. All right, so anywhere down into here, if buyers come back in, I'm interested. If we start losing all of this, it's going to be a little bit careful. We've got to be watching this areas here as well in case they want to hold it. In case they want to hold it. I've got a slight discrepancy there. Let's just triple check that, shall we? Let's move the point of control. That's odd. All right, this has it here, right in the middle. Interesting. All right, there we go. POC is now at 43. I'll be watching that. It's a big level. 9:45. 43 by that higher time frame algo. Okay. All right, folks. "30 seconds to the open. Good luck, everyone." I'm going to try and let this just calm down a minute. Oh, where are my glasses? I need them. Let's grab those quickly. Okay, here we go. Morning all. Morning all. All right, there's a pull that into previous day value area low. They're already finding a bid there. Let's let this shake out a minute if we can. All right, most of the mag, like we talked about, opening up green. See if we can let this shake out and wash some participants out of this market. I'm going to just turn those signals off because they're being in a range. They can overtake the screen a little bit. There we go. All right, it's currently holding previous day value area high. And again, if they bid off value area high, then we're not going to get acceptance into the previous day's value and we're going to get going higher. So that's like yesterday. I'd like to see a sweep first, as always. Prefer a move downside first, as always. We've got a big player on the tape up here. I'm assuming it's a liquidity provider. Yes, it is. I've got 900 lot at 25,087.5. All right, Tesla and Apple red today. Everything else green right now. So it looks like they're trying to complete that move upside at the moment. ES coming back towards its view up. SPY already under its view up. So you've got divergence here. Q's trying to get up to that previous day high at the moment. There's the squeeze up towards it. It's almost there. So they're trying to take out previous day high. Remember, we've got room to get up to here. We'll definitely need the H1 fill here and then up to here if it really wants to get going today. That's the test of supply up there. SPY failing its view up currently. So it's under view up, getting stuck at it. So divergence between the SPY and the QQQ. Again, it will be off the chip names today. We're going to have divergence as we're into earnings season. I didn't take it, sorry, Neo, but yes, you could have taken previous day value area high up towards previous day high. That's a legit setup. There's your lower time frame algo. There's your New York Open. There's the previous day value area high. That's a legit scalp, but you would have seen I had to go and get my glasses because I left them in the other room. So that's a legit scalp up here. And if you get acceptance through here, TP2, TP3. If you fail value, then we're going to come and probably sweep this and gut check some of this area here. ES testing its New York low at the moment. It's got a VWAP and the 20-day down beneath it. Got to turn that down. It's so bright, that light. I just want to see ES how it reacts into its VWAP if it gets down here. It's got some liquidity sat underneath sort of 26s. Not ruling out gap fill today. I'm not going to rule it out, just very much like yesterday. Rotational market, we're going to have to get acceptance over sort of 25,000, which means we might have to dip under it first before we do anything else. If we're really going to do that move, and remember, we're very sensitive this market. The sniff of the headline, we're getting 300-point rotations. Right, here's VWAP on ES. So ES straight into its VWAP. It's got the 20-day beneath that. SPY rejecting its VWAP, trading downside, QQQ trying to take out previous day high. So divergence on the book as expected once we're in earnings season. Microsoft green to red here. Tesla trying to find a bit of a bid. Apple continuing to sell. It will be a real pain if we sell off here and don't take out these highs first. That just means we'll come back for it later, I would say. If that's the case. All right, ES is trying to find a bid. Can they hold this and go back towards those highs then? That's what they're attempting to do at the moment. The structure of this is not very pretty on NQ versus ES right now. Watching ES, it's between New York VWAP and VWAP, so it's stuck between those two VWAPs, between cash players and 24-hour players right now. SPY failing to reclaim VWAP. New sell coming here, SPY retesting low of date. No edge here for me. Like, Qs want to lean upside, but they're struggling to get going all the time. ES is selling off. If ES can bottom out, it would be interesting. VIX is finding a bid, trying to approach 20.50 here as well. So market in a little bit of rotation here to start the day. Do not forget this Newsweek here. I wouldn't mind seeing this swept and seeing bids down here ideally. I should probably do that as like a different color because it's not really demand. It's just like a sort of rough level that I'm interested in. It's just sort of a midpoint level. All right, so here we go. So SPY with a lower high so far on the daily. Remember that. It's failed to take out yesterday's high. Yesterday's high hit supply. It's worth noting that. It is worth noting that. Yes, just showing a slight weakness. It completed the move yesterday. It was a stronger move yesterday to the upside. It's showing weakness in producing a lower high here. If they find a bid, however, if they close the gap or even don't close the gap and find a bid, then it will produce enough right shoulder inversed liquidity to potentially move back up. So we just got to let it build out here. Remember, we've walked it up overnight again. Your Asia low was 869. We're, what, 200 plus points higher or something? Man, I feel like I got a cold. I've been trying to put it off for a week or two, but it feels like it's coming now. All right, retesting here. Previous week value area low. That's Globex high as well. Okay, couldn't see what that was. All right, previous day value area high underneath again. So if we fail to get acceptance above, then we go lower. If we cannot get acceptance above previous day value, we're going to rotate into previous day value, and I'll be watching that point of control around the 950s. So far, they're still absorbing these levels down here. ES trying to find a bid. It's still stuck between those two VWAPs, all right? Do not get yourself trapped. You can just wait for liquidity to be built and momentum to come in here. Do not get yourself trapped. That's better. I was wondering where those were. H1 wise, I like the look of those sort of 970s, 25k, just under that, under 25k, 970s. If we can sweep, come down into there, find a bit of a bid, produce a high low, I'm interested. If we start failing under those levels and producing lower highs and building more bearish liquidity out in 970 to sort of 950, I would not rule out another rotation to 800s, and if we fail that, 700s again. Until then, we're looking bullish for the move higher. ES trying to find a bid back to VWAP again. It cannot get acceptance through its New York VWAP so far. It's worth noting that on ES. It cannot find acceptance through New York VWAP. Everything going green other than Apple right now. All right, so Tesla's just closed its gap and gone green. So the market, well, the Qs, tech would like to move up. And ES is just making it very, very hard for Qs to move up. Remember, we've got previous day high up there if they can complete the rotation upside. It's trying to do that move. It's desperate to do that move. Just the lag on ES is going to make it hard. It's trying to reclaim New York VWAP here on ES. Why? Why every morning do people start messaging me? It's 6:30 a.m. for me. Go away. Honestly, when will they learn? Been here 6 years. Still no acceptance above the New York VWAP yet on the ES. Still got unfinished business above. Still don't like what I'm seeing here. I'm way more interested down here if possible. Way more interested down here. Morning, Raf. Morning. What are you guys saying? Sorry, I was trying to catch up here. Info risk, you shorted MES as it fell back into previous range. Yeah, nice. Just make sure you're being somewhat careful here as it starts trapping between these VWAPs. Nice and patient here at the open. Nothing really to do. Range is a bit tighter today, unsurprisingly. 66 points of range so far. We haven't set that opening range yet. Got another 5 minutes. ES coming to retest that low. If it fails these VWAPs, we've got 20-day underneath. If it fails that, it's probably got a shot at closing its gap. All right, gap fill on ES will be 7.15s. All right, there's 20-day. So starting to fail. Maybe we can get this rotation down. I'm not looking to play the short side. I just want to see how we operate when we come down, or if we can come down into here. So this is a big level here. This was a Newsweek candle, so we know this is liquidity level here. If they fail this, I'm watching this level. Gap fill is this yellow line here. So gap fill for Qs today will be 925 if you really think it's going to get there. Rotations can persist between 25k and 700, like we've talked about since Saturday morning. Yes, Owen, I'm based in LA. Yeah. All right, previous day value area high here again. Tesla gone back green to red. So it went red to green, green to red, about 0.25% down. I'll give you a readout on the mag. Tesla 0.25% down, Nvidia just over 1% up, Microsoft flat on the day, Meta 0.33% up, Google 1.5% up, Amazon 0.70% up, Apple 0.64% down. Broader market flat to down. All right, YM 0.11% up, RTY 0.14% up, ES 0.20% up. So if we're going to get long today, NQ is the one to get long in. If we're going to have some bullish rotation, NQ is the one to play long, which is good because of the chips. But we're going to have to see money and flow start coming into this market. Still holding previous day value area high. You can notice they still do not want prices to come into yesterday's value so far. They are trying to absorb that. Oh, nice, Owen. Yeah, nice area, the canals. All right, back they go then. ES back to VWAP again. Are we going to see the start of a squeeze? If they go straight up here, it's going to be pretty hard to play. If they're just going to pop right up to 120s, it's going to be pretty hard to play because we are still just in this sort of trapped range this morning and we have not swept those 120s. Do I use heat map or book map? Yes, that's book map right above me. You can see it on the screen. They keep failing every drive into 180. They're not getting that squeeze through. I think it's probably a matter of time. I'd much rather we sweep the downside first before we come back up here. Much rather that. We're just dancing right in the midpoint of that New York Open right now. If you look at the high and low of New York, we're just in the midpoint. They're coming back for these 180s. Please don't go and do this squeeze right now. Down first. Be kind today. Don't do this. Don't you dare do this. Watch the flow zones. Everything flat right now. ES trying to reclaim that New York view up. Oh, God. Please don't do it. You're going to squeeze straight up and not get us in, aren't you? Please don't do it. Oh, no. Here we go. Up to 180s. Through the 180s then. If they get acceptance here, 120s are going to get taken. If they get acceptance here, 120s will get taken. Much rather we sweep lower first. Much rather we sweep lower first than just move straight upside right now. ES back above its view up. Sellers on the book here. 100 to the next level. You can see 100 up to 120 stacked right now with some liquidity. We have unfinished business, remember, up here. All right, we have not tagged into this yet. ES has tagged into it yesterday. Watching the mag here. Opening range now set, folks. And here you go. So it's going to squeeze and take out previous day high here, like we talked about. So annoying. Why do you have to do this shitty structure, NQ? So if we get through previous day high, we've got that 128, I think it was, from yesterday. And then you've got that supply up above. And there's your opening range high. Can we take out previous day high? Shouldn't be too hard, honestly. About to tap it. And if you get a squeeze through previous day high, you know where we're going. Okay, well, let's see how much juice you've got then, NQ. Can we get up to sort of 180s to 200s now? How strong are you feeling? Pretty strong by the looks of it. Okay. Any more in you? Watching for this pullback now. Let's see if it pulls back and holds anywhere from previous day high to the opening range. Remember, that's a straight squeeze up. Unfortunately, structure not great, so smaller size for me when playing this, unfortunately. And this is your H1 level. Once we pop 128, the next level is up here. This is the same levels from yesterday, folks. Right, well, this is a big squeeze up off this low. No structure really here, so you'd want to see bids come back in here for these moves. Just be careful. If we take this and fail, it's going to be much harder. So previous day high now taken, low hanging fruit taken. They will need to bid off this. If they fail to do that, I'd be very careful that this is nothing more than a liquidity grab or failed breakout to come back down. We have left liquidity down here, remember. Just remember, we're in a rotating market. We're looking for bullish plays, but we know the moment we get here, in case you were not here yesterday, right? The moment we get into here, we have 7 days of trapped buyers in this level here. All right, so we've got to be careful as we trade into that. ES has already traded into that yesterday and has produced a lower high so far versus that level. All right. Why do front runners keep getting rewarded in this market? I wouldn't necessarily say it's front runners. It's just because we keep getting like it's more squeeze plays, right? They keep getting squeezes out. It's just how it is. It's just the conditions right now. You've got a really wide rotating market, so people get caught offside. So more than bulls coming in here this morning, all right, more than bulls driving this up. You've got divergence to the spies, and you've got shorts trying to force this rotation, okay? And when they don't get that rotation, the stops were at 180. If you rewind the tape, you hear me say, if they take 180, we're going to go straight up, boom, straight up, because shorts got run out. It's more shorts getting stuck here than it is genuine buying forcing that issue. Okay, ES back to its view up. So I'm not really interested in this. I took a very small scalp for that upside move, but this is not the best structure we're seeing here, unfortunately. VIX is still driving upside. Right, sort of dancing just under the 20.50 at the moment. If it gets through PDC, it can start having a move up to the sort of 21s, through 21s. We can trade 21.43s through that. You're looking at previous day high. That would be a big puke out on the market if we do any of those moves. Okay, maybe we get the move we want and get into the area that we're more interested in today. What we need to be careful of is, yet again, think about what we've done on the daily. All right, this is a new high on the daily. Every time we're hitting these highs, we zoom out. That's a daily high, big pullback. That's a daily high, big pullback. All right, since the pivot. All right, so this move here, big pullback. We produce a higher high, higher low, but the higher lows are 300 to 400 point swings. They are 300 to 400 point swings. Just remember that. If they really want to sell today, they can go 300 to 400 points lower, which would mean back into value. You cannot rule this out. You just can't. That's the type of size of swings we're getting in this market. You have to just respect what you're seeing in front of you. Okay, back down to the edge of the orb. ES failing its VWAPs again. We have gap fill potential on the ES for sure. Is it opening range low? Are we going to go and gut check 25,000? So you've had a previous day high sweep now. Now we're trading downside. Probably going to take this liquidity right here into 20s. If we fail that, so we've got 24-hour view up here. Remember, this is the area of interest for me. If we fail previous day high, we back check previous day high, value area high now, and stay heavy, we're going to go rotation to here, most likely. Most likely. So there's liquidity grab higher. Most of the mag's still green. Tesla, 0.2% down. Apple, 0.75 down. Everything else still green. All right. VWAP here. ES still failing under 20-day. New lower day here. Starting to try and absorb it there. Messy, messy, messy. Just be careful here while they do the dance here this morning. Remember, low-hanging fruit for the previous day high has been taken. Still not swept this out. Still holding that pivot for now. Still holding previous day value area high for now. I'd like to see one of the, other than us taking previous day high, I'd like to see something either fill the gap or go and test a key level on either ES or NQ to the downside, really. And I want to see buyers come in firm at those levels. If they don't come in firm, then that's fine. We can change our narrative. Really don't want to be buying high up here like we talk about. We've got tons of supply up overhead. I want to buy low for the rotation up into it, or if we fail that rotation, I want to sell for a deeper wash. But have to be aware of headlines as well. So I'm up a measly just under 400 bucks today. That's it right now. There's not a lot to play with at the moment, folks. We're going to have to be patient here today. Going to require a bit more patience in the last few days. Those in Discord will know when we closed yesterday, I said, I'm not too interested in tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be as good. At least we've got a gap up. But we've spent a lot of time rotating now. The question is, can we hold, over sort of 990s or somewhere over there? Can we hold and sustain bids over those rotations? That's the only way we're going to move higher, is if we leave trapped sellers from those rotations underneath us. Yes, back to VWAP. You can see the bid stacking here at 25,000 and those 980s. All right, so ideally we get a rotation into these. You can see I'm looking at bookmap, by the way. Ideally we get a rotation into some of these levels and see the bid soak there like it's done the last few days. There's a big buy down there, 925. Let's just change the order and see if he's on both. Yes, okay, that's good news. That's legit buying down there. We will see, folks. Hopefully they do a bearish rotation down to those levels and then we can play. If you notice right now, you've got everything stacked. That's why I'm not really that interested. Flow zone stat, New York VWAP stat, previous week value stat, previous day value area high stat, New York open, opening range, 24-hour VWAP liquidity, all stacked, fairly tight. All right, so this is a dangerous area where they're going to build out for now. Be patient. Be patient. Can't wait for that new hourly and 4-hour bar as well. We've had a decent drive up on this last hour. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4-hour low. Yes, this will be the 4-hour low. So tightened range in the last 4 hours. 100-point range. Just hit 25k. Now working on a 50k. Nice, Jeff. Good work. Congratulations. Do me a favor, folks. Let's smash that like button nice and early. All right, we haven't said it today, but let's hit it nice and early. While we're moving slow, I should tell you, I've got it pinned to the chat. It is the last day of the Apex sale today. All right, so 80% off, $85 for activation fees. There is no extension on this sale. This is the last day of the sale. So if you're interested, now's the time to do it. There's also a 40% flash sale on all accounts other than the 150k on Tradeify. Same code for both, FCT. Am I interested in shorting if we fail this data wick low? Not really. Not really. It doesn't mean there isn't a play here. It's like yesterday, right? We talked about this earlier. All right. Protected. Everything's been protected. It shouldn't be too hard to wash out. The problem is that I know somewhere in here, buyers can just step right back in, all right, because we've got trapped liquidity underneath. If you think about who's trapped in this market, buyers were trapped here, but sellers, all the sellers under here are currently trapped. Everyone who tried to get short on that liquidation who didn't cover the lows is trapped. So any hold above here for me is a bullish rotation. So I want to be really careful thinking about shorts under there today. The better short for me is going to be if I know we leave these buyers trapped and we start rotating and letting go of levels, all right? And that's going to need a major shift on the H1. So my edge currently, and in this market, it can change very, very quickly. Like we've seen, my edge currently would be leaning upside. All right, my edge currently would be leaning upside. It's just the location for the upside is not very good today. So not every day is an A+ day. Here we go. So market going red to green again, everything other than Apple. ES now bidding over that VWAP as we go back towards that previous day high. Again, we're still in the opening range. We're not out of the opening range. This is the wick to wick that we just failed from 100, all right? Well, I don't know, Paul. I spoke to my contact there, and she said at the moment there is no plan for a sale. There's nothing. So I'm sure there will be another one, but you might be waiting a week or two. Remember, this sale has been, very, very long. Very, very long. Is it possible to copy trade directly on TradingView? Yes, if you use a copy, that will accept it. So affordable indicators trade copy now accepts that. I will be doing a video on that soon. I just haven't got the chance to get around to it. And you can use some other ones like Trade Syncer, I think it's called. They will allow you to do it. Okay, back down to low time frame algo, previous week value, previous day value area high, same kind of levels. We keep trading back to and finding bids. Someone's going to lose here soon. Someone will lose here soon. Like I said, I would like this to trade downside, not because I'm short in it. I just want to see if buyers come in that key level. Very much like yesterday. Remember, I left the short alone, wanted it to trade downside, wanted to see if buyers came in, if we could trap sellers. It feels like the same kind of play to me today. And if they don't come in, then we'll reassess. All right, being flexible today. If we think about like what this H1 could look like. All right, I'm very, very aware. If they build and hold liquidity here, this can complete the rotation up until this level. Remember, we haven't come and gut checked this level. We should come and gut check that. ES has already done it. If we fail under here, then I'm going to reconsider. All right. This is the area of under over for me. All right. You can see how many times we come into it under over, under over. Same kind of thing as we had at the 700s. All right. Same kind of thing, but higher now. So we're trying to base higher. So I'm trying to just respect the higher time frame. Like we said, we've had a really good week. It might be that today doesn't offer the same kind of opportunities. We don't know. We're not in control of that. It looks like I can't copy to other firms without using NinjaTrader or any suggestions? Well, yeah, Wealth Charts is their own charting platform. I don't know. You maybe try TradeSync or something. I've never traded with Wealth Charts, unfortunately, PD, so I can't offer too much advice there, I'm afraid. But like most other platforms, you can copy trade with other firms. So Ninja and Tradeify and Quant Tower and TradingView most of the time now, especially if it's on a web-based API. Most of them you can. I can't tell you on Wealth Chart. Sorry, buddy. I've never used it. Never used it. Nice, Awani. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you're playing that failed breakout, previous day high, it does make sense. I would just be careful at these lows. If they keep absorbing at these lows, we're in a 98-point range. Someone's going to get hurt soon. All right, so you've got sellers selling everything above 96s, and you've got buyers buying everything below 50s. All right, so you've got 50 points of rotation so far this morning. All right, this is basically the rotation. Failed acceptance above, failed acceptance below. Someone will get hurt. Someone will get hurt. You're going to see one of these moves sooner or later. So I'm just trying to stay away. And the market's telling you, look at the flow zones and VWAP. Everything's flat like we talked about. We like trending markets. We don't care which way it trends. But once we get expansion, we can start playing. Once one side's been hurt and we get confirmation of a move, we can start playing. Yes, 4-hour candle is now, actually. It's right now. So we're waiting. Like we said, the old 4-hour low is this white line. All right, this is the 4-hour low. 4-hour high is here. So we're in a very tight 100-point range the last 4 hours. And you got tapering on that volume, in fact. I'm gonna no big volume coming in yet. ES still stuck. Microsoft's trying to go red to green. Apple now the only one red on the day. Tesla's only just about gone red to green, but it's dancing. It's trying to hold on. Well, those in Discord, Adam, remember what I said? Don't expect much for tomorrow. Here we go. When we do those huge rotations. If we're lucky, we get a big rotation again today, which will allow us to trade something. Where is the gap? Gap fills down here. 924. 924 for gap fill on NQ. For ES, that gap fill is 715. For SPY, that gap fill is 665.17. And for the QQQ, that gap is 602.24. Well, we might well get the moves. I mean, they have developed this week. You know, it's only taken liquidity to get trapped for a little bit, and then the moves have been pretty wild. So, you know, this is just a balanced range in New York we're in at the moment. This will be a D-shaped profile. If I put a profile on this, it would just be like this at the moment. So we will just wait, or it'll actually be more like this with a bit of excess and a bit of excess. Nice and patient, team. Nice and patient. Don't be forcing anything. Don't be forcing anything. I feel responsible for you lot. So when you see me sit still. What broker do I recommend for personal trading? What are you looking to trade, Christy? I think it very much depends on that. What are you looking to trade? Are you looking to use it as a charting platform as well? Or are you only looking to execute trades? Just futures. Who are the cheapest at the moment? Probably ones that were linked to TV would be like Iron Beam, AMP, even just NinjaTrader themselves, fund NinjaTrader yourself, or Tradeivate yourself. Probably the easiest one to go to if you've been used to using them as well. But I'd say those four. Market Stalker is a bit hard to explain right now because we're not really moving. But yes, I use it to see the levels of liquidity, where the passive buying and selling is, where the session volume profile is, where we build up orders, and also when I see spoofing on the tape, when I see guys come in and move, and I can also use it for delta. So yesterday we had a big absorber in the tape. Anyone who traded with me in Discord in the afternoon, that probably same 704 guy was this guy absorbing non-stop absorption yesterday. So that's how I use it. Still holding, you can see we're still holding that opening range. We're still basing above previous day's value. There is no acceptance into previous day's value yet. Something will break here. All right, new buyer just come in at 50s. See if he fills and holds. All right, so we have got liquidity below 50s, 25, 500. That buyer was probably the guy at 975 who's not getting fills. He's probably like, fuck this, pardon my French, I want to get filled. He's moved up, and we got 925. I'd love to see us down into the 900s, but it just doesn't seem like today is going to be the day it wants to do it. It's absorbing. So we just traded down to 50. Absorption on the tape there. He didn't even get filled. Traded just shy of him, so they're front running him, and here comes the start of the squeeze back upside right now. ES back to view up, still in no man's land for me. So they're trying to walk up. Look at the bid, starting to walk up now. It's trying to join here at 70. So fresh bid at 70. Can they trade through 80s, and then does he walk to 80s? Thank you, darling. Here we go. 90s. So does that 70s bid walk up, or does he wait to get filled at 70s now? He's still there at 70s at the moment. You're still just midpoint of the range. You're just doing a dance, folks. This is what I call the dance. Hilex, the pair of YTI, RTY, ES or ES NQ. It doesn't matter, mate. It really depends up to you. I look at them as ES and NQ because they share a bit more in common. RTY is more small caps for me. So I don't really pay attention to the RTY, to be honest, but it's personal preference. Lots of people use RTY. Watched your video last night on the volume profile tool. If you were trading gold in Asia session, where would you recommend starting and ending the volume profile? Previous day or previous, what's that again, session? Do you mean previous Asia session? If I was trading Asia, I would have the New York session lined up, volume profile, so I could see the key areas of that. And I'd also have the current session I'm trading in. And I'd also have the weekly profile probably. So I'd want to see all the key areas that we've traded in that week, all the key areas from the session before, which would be New York, and the current key areas of your current session. So rotation again. All right, so back to this buy. You can see it's 100 lot. He just got filled. Did he get filled? Yes, he got filled. All right, so the next bids on offer here are 40, 35, 25s, and 20s, and we're still just in this rotation, still nothing to do. Yeah, if you're already with Ninja Christie, definitely just try and have the lowest barrier to entry. I always think with that stuff, and they're not expensive. Their commissions are good. I'd say Iron Beam probably the most expensive commissions, I think, outside of things like TradeStation. Okay, ES new lower day here. Possible gap fill here for ES. Looking more like a gap fill for ES. Let's see. It's actually holding. This is the afternoon pullback level. So where we are now is the IB high from yesterday on ES. Is it IB high? Sorry, IB low from yesterday on ES, which is sort of after that liquidation event where we try to close. So I'd say on SPY 666 down to 665. So what's that on ES? Probably the same kind of level. 624 down to 615. So basically a 10-point potential demand block there. Man, this is awful, isn't it? This is absolute barcoding. Do I think the book map is a must-have or something I add once successful? I don't think it's a must-have at all. I don't think it's a must-have at all, Greg. I find it useful to see where liquidity is being added. What I like it more than anything for is really seeing when people are pulling orders. All right, so the reason I use that, draw this because you're going to be the opposite way. All right, let's say we're trading in this range and bids start walking us up. Hopefully you can see that. Bids start walking us up and we've got offers here and they start lifting the offer, right? And the bids are walking, then we know these guys don't really want to get filled. These guys are trying to use liquidity to walk us up. All right, that's when I like using it. And that's when I prefer Bookmap over a standard level 2 on a DOM, because on a DOM, I can't see that visually quick enough. It's very, very easy to see on the Bookmap because you can see old orders. If you're using a DOM, you'll never see the old orders, the old limits put on the book which don't get filled. You will not see them. So that's the only reason I like it. And I've always used it. I've always used it. But there's other ways of using it. I don't think it's necessary. You can easily trade without it, but it is useful. But I wouldn't say make it part of your journey if you're newer. I wouldn't say use it as a first start of your journey. You know, structure first, volume first, understanding who's trapped, some basic principles. You know, start with something very simple. VWAP, 21 EMA, 200 EMA, key levels. Get used to that, and then you can start adding stuff in if you need it. All right, you notice how bored I am. That's a good thing. It's because we're not forcing our way in. I'm sure there's other channels right now trying to force their way in, and they will either make a lot of money or lose a lot of money soon enough. Okay, here's the break. Like I said, ES looks like it wants to close the gap. So ES is into that zone now. The start of the zone where they found bids from yesterday. Here is VWAP on NQ. Now, if they start turning around and rejecting previous day value area low, previous week value area low, there is a trade back down to the previous week open and into the blue box below. If this is just a little sweep of this level here, remember this is still H1, H4 low, 19. All right, so if you guys like these kind of moves, then there's probably something in here for you. But for me, I just want to wait. I really want to wait. I don't want to get trapped here. All right, if we sell down and for example, if we take this and ES fills the gap and we do this, it can happen very quickly. Repeat the EMAs again, or if I was a brand new trader, probably just a 21 and a 200. That's probably going to make it the easiest for you. So you can use whatever you want, but a slow EMA and a fast EMA, and you can use it as just Confluence, right? If 21 is below 200 and we are below both, you're looking for bearish moves. If 21 is above 200 and we're above both, you're looking for bullish moves. If 21 and 2, and if you were between the 21 and 200, you're probably looking at range rotation of some sort. Okay, here's the drive down. So if you're in this short, you look good. I'd be very careful once ES closes the gap here because it's got relative weakness. If they find bids on ES once it closes the gap, the snapback on NQ can be drastic. I'm just pre-warning you here because the mag does not look heavy. All right, Oracle 2% up, Tesla 0.11% up, Nvidia 1.11% up, Meta 1/3% up, Google 1.16% up, Amazon 0.80% up, Microsoft pretty much flat, Apple 0.88% down. All right, so if ES fills the gap here, finds a bid, remember anywhere from here, from where we are now, 23 down to that gap fill, it can find a bid. This is where we bid yesterday. They can trap underneath. Now we've taken this H1 on H4 low. They can trap underneath here. If they start reclaiming, they can come all the way back up for this. What I want to be very careful of. So if you get breakout shorts here, remember H4 shorts might have just joined here. H1, H4 shorts might have just joined here. Look at the delta, heavy. We reclaim this, guess who's going to get hurt? All right, it's a big if. It is an if. It's not like, oh, we're reclaiming it. It's an if. Previous week open down here as well. Basically 25,000. So it's that level again. That level again. If we can't hold 25,000, and I would consider underneath it. If we can't hold that, then you can't rule out the 700s. You just can't. You can't rule out the 700s if we get underneath. Not quite filled the gap quite yet on ES. Not too far away. See the strength in the Qs, back testing the opening range again, back testing previous day value area high again, back testing previous week value area low again. If they get squeezy through here, guess where we're going to go? All right, you got to be careful. You got to be careful if you were looking short. I'm not looking short today. I've made that very, very clear. I think shorts are trapped from that liquidation event yesterday currently. I'd like us to back test deeper. All right, I know you'll argue there's a 100-point short here. I'd like to backtest deeper ideally, but we don't have to. We can find bids under and in around here. We're just looking left. We know the liquidation took place here. Right, that was the liquidation. Any hold above this is a bullish rotation in my mind. It doesn't have to come to there. It's any hold above that area, remember. Would be nice to trade down 25k and reject. Yeah, you're sort of seeing that. It's just what would be really nice is if ES and SPY would just fill the gap first, but they're not willing to do it. They've already found bids. All right, and then we're already back inside that opening range. So you've got a failed breakout now of the lows. Think about what you've got. A failed breakout of the lows. Inability to trade lower. If we start reclaiming up here and basing above here, where are we going to go? Other side of the range. Where are we going to go once we get through that other side of the range? Probably to supply, which is way overhead, and we haven't taken it yet in NQ. So watching here to see if there's some kind of setup now. Probably should have already triggered that long, to be honest, off previous day value area high. Right, so a long scalp into here can be break even from this point, and then just wait for that rotation up now. So I've probably missed it, to be honest, while I was talking, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. So cases, yeah. And the data wick was the H1, H4 low. Here we go. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not very bearish today. ES back to VWAP. So it might stumble a little bit here for a minute. We have liquidity on the book here, 80, 1900, right? Sellers, passive sellers, limit orders are on the book there looking to get filled. Have we got much downside now? Not really. 25,000's left there. I want to see if there's some aggressive buying coming in, which there is. Oh my God, Alex, you've missed it. You missed the move, you donkey. Okay, VIX pulling back to PDC. Want to be very careful if VIX finds a bid here, folks. If VIX finds a bid here, you want to be very careful thinking about upside. Not an easy session. See money, take money for sure. Bullish edge, see money, take money. ES not sustaining a bid over New York VWAP. SPY the same, not sustaining a bid. It's got supply overhead, so we tapped into that demand block. It's easy. IB low yesterday. Look where we liquidated underneath and where we've refound a bid. All right, it's the same area. It's just very basic SNR. Don't overcomplicate it. Oh, looks like OBS disconnected. Can you guys still hear me? Hopefully you can. Hopefully you can. Nice. Oh, you took it, Tyre. Yeah, good work, mate. Nice. So reclaim here. It's just a failed break, isn't it? We talked about this is the liquidity build, right? So failed break, sweep the H1, H4, turn back inside, reclaim, that's your squeeze. All right, so I'll be runners now looking for this. And if we really get going, the aim of the game, right, we've got an H1 high here, which is 28, and then we've got up here. We're going to complete the rotation, which we didn't do yesterday. But back to the midpoint. Again, bullish edge here for me. There is a bullish edge in this market. It's just, can they squeeze higher? The answer right now for you lot is clearly yes. Oh, I'm a bit jealous of you lot. I got caught teaching, and I've missed a nice trade here, and I don't want to enter late in the midpoint. All right, so I expect us to make new highs at this point. It would not surprise me in the slightest, especially if ES can come and take out 35s. And I want to see VIX fail under previous day close. That's the one thing I'm slightly concerned about. If VIX holds this pullback, I'd be very concerned. But yeah, I've missed that opportunity to get long at a good level there, unfortunately. So maybe some of you got it without me. Hopefully you all did. I love seeing you guys make money, so hopefully you got it. We did talk about it. But see money, take money, because we're in range. I would not be surprised to see us break out to the upside. The only thing that will stop that for me is if VIX fails. It is trying to find a bid here on the VIX. I want to be careful. I would say if VIX holds anywhere of 2060, 2060 and above, I'd be somewhat worried. Mag looking good though. AMD starting to fucking break out. Come on. Come on, AMD. How much am I up on that now on the commons? Back up to a peak high, I would say. 48% up on AMD. Swings are paying, baby. The only one that is lagging, that I'm flat on Amazon. I'm slightly down on PayPal. I'm 3.22% down on PayPal. I'm going to hold that, though. I'm not sized into that, luckily. What made the recent rotation up a buy? The sweep of the H1, H4, and that we are in bullish structure. I went over this. Any bid above here is bullish for me today. I'm not bearish until we get under that rotation. Right, so we trapped sellers here, didn't we? Look, where's the strong selling? Look, where's the strongest selling today? Where's the strongest sell data? Where's the H1, H4? Where's the failed breakout? What's this move? It's upside. What are the most common traders you see in the market? Breakout traders. Who are the most common traders to lose in the market? Breakout traders. What percent of traders fail in the market? 95%. What trade do they take? Breakout. The data's there for you. Find your edge. Don't trade breakouts. Trade breakouts at lows, right? Trade breakouts for upside at lows. Don't trade breakouts like at a lower day looking for lower. Don't trade breakouts at high of day looking for higher. What is the consistency on a funding tick evaluation? 40%. Just pass it in 3 days. 40% and no consistency once you pass. Would I enter with a claim of opening range high and previous day high? Very risky, mate, because I know that this is the top of an H1. I should have probably just bought this, but I don't want to trade this midpoint. I'm trying to be patient here. But VIX is starting to fail now, which is good. I think you're going to complete the rotation. I just think it's going to be a bit of a wiggler. Here you go. Here's your squeeze. I think it's going to be a bit of a wiggler, but I think you're going to complete your rotation. I think we're going to trade up into that next block, to be honest. So just be careful. QQQ coming up to previous day high. We know it's a big level here. We failed here twice, but I expect us to trade through it. Especially with the VIX now failing on the PDC. So just watching the book, he got 100 lot into 100. Once we trade through him, we've got a shot up to 120s. Here's your opening range high. Oh, you're going to go without me. I've got caught teaching again there. I need to stop teaching and start trading, otherwise I'm not going to make enough money today. Okay, next level, high of day, and then you're looking for that squeeze above, right? High of day and then squeeze above, very simple. Got lag on my charts here, folks. Don't know if you've got that on Ninja. No data. Where's that gone then? Hello? Yep, you got lag as well? Okay. That's not very useful, is it? So I'd say if bulls can defend sort of 90s here, you look good. And I'd like to see us trade into this and then up here. Right, that's what I'm looking for. I'd like to see us trade up here at this point. VIX failing nicely. I'll probably do a pullback into sort of 90s. Comes the pullback. Yeah, you've got lag. Scared to put a trade on now. If we've got that much lag, very scared to put a trade on. Why is that happening? Fuck your competitions. Can you just make a good service? All right, here's the pullback into that 90s like we just talked about. All right, I still expect higher prices here. I want to see VIX fail beneath, and I want to see ES start to bid here at 30s. We've got order flow above us looking to get filled into 20s. I still expect higher prices. It's just whether this market's willing to do it. Nice bid on ES, trying to find that bid that we just talked about. NQ trying to do the same. You need Apple to stop being so sluggish. It will really help. Yeah, anyone who was long off that reclaim at the low, you look very, very good. I'm just checking if there's any news coming here. Just want to be careful. Okay, back into under 90s. All right, failing the opening range there. Digging right back into the midpoint of this range now. ES back to VWAP. Does ES find a bid here? Still no trade other than that first one for me. So 100 point of chop so far. This feels like very heavy selling. What's driving this? I want to be careful. Had this the last few days. Once they turn the sell, that's it. They just turn it straight on and we go straight down. Not seeing anything here. Just back into the same key levels. Pass your TPT eval. Oh, nice. There you go. Am I in Nevada? Yeah, sometimes. Oh, you're asking asking Chris. I want to move there. I want to move there. Get a nice tax break. No worries, Chris. You're welcome. It's not crazy because you're trading range, but you've got to make sure that you're taking profits because you're in range. Twice now, you've come back down to the bottom side of the range. This can potentially put in a higher low down here. All right, so we are starting to wedge in here. All right, if you're fading this, you better be taking some profits at the lows because you're in range rotation. If you're fading this, you should be covering this and buying this and fading this. If that's what you're doing, Awani, and then you can hold runners for a breakdown. But I would not just keep adding and adding and adding and not taking any profit while it's showing you we're inside of a range. Yeah, Henderson is where I was looking, something like that. Thinking about buying there, but can't all the time. My wife's working in LA. It's a bit far for her. Oh, good. You already did. Nice. Oh, yeah. ES back on 20 day. Back on VWAP. The one thing I would say, ES and Spiders didn't close the gap. I would have really liked them to have closed the gap before we went upside, just to know that it was complete. They got close. ES traded a low of 17.25. That gap fill is 15. So it was, what, one and a bit points away. Nice. Yeah. Coffee time? Yeah, don't blame me, Peter. Did you like it, BU? Like, I've done a decent bit of research. It looks pretty good to me. And the rotation, back to 80s again. ES finding a bid off that 20-day at the moment. VIX also finding a bid, though. A little bit dangerous here with the VIX finding a bid. We would need to see VIX fail, really. And we're not really seeing that. Are we going to complete this move now? We're going to complete this inverse head and shoulders and go right back up and be hilarious. This is what, third time visiting up here? I would like to see us just trade 60s today. As in 160. If we're going to go upside, I want to see it push into here. What is it? Yeah, 160. Nothing more than range rotation. Oh, it's slow. Can we get outside of the opening range, please, market? We don't really want to sit here for another hour and a half on stream doing nothing. We'd like to just get up to 160s and 200s, please. Just go and finish your rotation. We all know that's what you want to do. So just go up there or fail and come down and pick me up really cheap. I don't really care, but please let's not do this all day. We're better than this, market, aren't we? We're better than this. We got any liquidity up there? Yeah, 150 and 175s are up there. It wants to go up there. It's just going to play games before it does it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you get through these 5-day? Here goes 100s. Come on then, let's go. Get through the opening range. I want to break through. What's the high right now? 25s. We want to squeeze through 25s up to that supply block up overhead. Stop hesitating and start going. Apple's starting to find a bid, which is good. Just don't really want these like micro pullbacks. Just want a big move higher to say, hey, we're taking control of this now. Otherwise, we'll just keep doing this. It is possible they do this move, but the flow zones are still flat, which is why I'm looking for a big move higher so we can start expanding these to protect the move, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Lived in Green Valley. Yeah, it's been a year. It was a year last month. 1 year last month since we started streaming. September. All right, basing over 100s here. I'd like to see a squeeze up here. It's just going to make it very hard to participate right now because we're still inside that opening range. And they keep selling up here. You can see on the book 110 to 130 stacked sellers up here. We don't want to buy high. VIX hasn't completed a breakdown under PDC, which I would like to see really to give me confidence. If I was going to join late, that's what I'd need to see. I need to see VIX break down lower. It's coming, Ken. It's coming. do they build a right shoulder here? Some kind of flag to go higher. The problem is we keep failing up here over and over and over again. So thinking about playing that is really risky, and need VIX to just do a sell under PDC, which it's not doing at the moment. It's right stuck at that level. If VIX finds a bid here, it's going to be very dangerous. Very, very dangerous if VIX finds a bid here. They're trying to do this flag and go, this right shoulder and go. We just drew out. Just watching the VIX very intently. Come on, come on, come on, come on. If you're going to go, you've got to show me momentum. Go. Don't want to fail into these sellers here. You can see them on a book. 10, 20, 25, 30, 45. We want to just go and fill all these lot and go screaming upside now. Here goes the shoulder. Push. You've got to push. You cannot keep failing up here. If you keep failing up here too many times, too many buyers are going to get caught. We know what happens next. You've got to get your ass up. These little micro pullbacks, we need to see acceleration higher here through 20s. Oh, I don't like that they keep getting stuck here, folks. It really shouldn't be that hard to get through and fill these participants. We should get a move higher. If they don't get it, I'd be very concerned about a big flush. It's only passive selling. Shouldn't be that hard to fill these guys. Everything's starting to come together here. We're starting to build this. We're starting to see this expand away from VWAP. We want dips to hold, and we want this, this, and this. Almost there, folks. You're almost there. Can we get up into the 160s now? Don't fail up here again. If you fail up here again, I can't play you. Bye, darling. VIX still hanging around under PDC. There we go. That's what we were looking for. There we go. All right, let's see if we can get going off that stop hunt now. Let's see if we can get up into the 160s now. There we go. Let's get some follow through here. Come on. You've done all the hard work now. You've trapped everyone. Let's go. There we go. Okay, so TP1 here, and then we're looking for this rotation up into here if we can. Be very careful if you get a failed breakout here, but we just filled all those sellers that were on the book. The next level, you got 45, 50, and 60 all on the book, all right? So sellers, sellers, sellers. We're trying to get this move for a squeeze. We're long from here. Some of you were really good. We're long from here. All right, so I'm long from here, already selling some. If we fail up here, I'll be fully out. I'm not going to hold on. All right, but this is what we wanted. We talked about this liquidity being used, these stops to get up here now. Beautiful. Want to see continuation here. Don't want to see a stutter around too much. And I do not want to see VIX reclaim PDC. I will instantly cut this trade if VIX reclaims. Here we go. VIX starting to fail. Let's go. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. We were patient. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Did I tell you to get short today? No, I didn't. Did I tell you to wait and the liquidity to be built? Yes. Did we see what we wanted? Did H1, H4 get swept? Yes. Did I miss it? Yeah, I did. But we played this. All right. Here's the pullback. Here's the expansion away from... Look, it's first time flow zones have expanded away from VWAP. We're now above the key levels. This is the target. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. All right, 150 on the book, then 175s. Remember, this is big supply. You do not want to be getting long into this. All right, if it keeps going, it's great. But I'm going to show you, in case you're new to the chat, all right, this is the start of a 7-day balanced range where they're trapped. When did I use it? Yeah, no worries. All right, this is where buyers are trapped right now from Wednesday or Tuesday to Friday last week. All right, we must respect this. We're selling into this move. If we get acceptance over here, it's going to take a few days of sessions. Cannot see it happening in one session. So we're going to respect these moves. All right. If we can't base above sort of previous day high here, I'm not interested in holding runners for beyond that. We would need to see a new bunch of liquidity built out here now. All right, needs to build out here now to complete that move. If it fails to do that, we want to be careful. Remember, this is an H1 high now, but I do expect expansion given that the H1, all right, we just swept H1, H4. We can and we should complete that rotation into there. It doesn't mean it does, all right, but it's what I expect. My expectation is it to do that. Oh, sorry, Ruben. I think I just went over that. Yes, I was long here. I didn't love it, so I haven't sized in, but I was long here. And I'm just waiting to see if we rebase now for this. Any move back into here, I'm not interested. All right, because then we can go back into an IB failure. But right now, you should still be long looking for that expansion. Yeah, exactly. Same, Peter. Runner only now. Watching to see if ES joins the party here and takes out IB high. All right, so liquidity on the book. They're trying to protect the 20s now, which is what we want to see. Here we go. Here we go. We want to get up into this 150 and 175 if we can with the runner. W's in chat. Hopefully you guys have locked in some good money. Even if you joined late with me, it's 30, 40 points there on that shoulder. I really want to see VIX snap here. It's hanging around 2050, a little too long for my liking at the moment. Nice BU, nice Peter, nice Tyson. Nice Tyre, nice Array, nice Lee Kim. Very good work, team. It's the regulars. I'm telling you, it's the regulars here that make money. Why? Because they understand how I trade and what they're looking for. So if it's your first time here, you just got to keep showing up. Who's buying me a bottle of Dom Perignon tonight? Who's buying me my bottle to celebrate? Where are we celebrating? Here we go. Here we go. Almost there. Tapping in. TP2 right here, right now. All right, TP2 here into 160s. And if we get through this, right, we do have... Where's my previous week POC? Where's that gone? It should be up here. Have I moved it accidentally? Oh, dearie me. That's not good. Hang on, folks. We have, I know we have a point of control up here. And I've accidentally deleted it. Where is it? 219. Previous week point of control. Let's just... Must have deleted that accidentally. Let's get you to... Can someone just verify that for me? 219's POC previous week. Is that right? Pretty sure it's right. I've got it on my Ninja Trader, so I'm going to assume it's right because I've put it there. All right, this level here, massive level. 210, 219, 210. Yeah. There or thereabouts. There or thereabouts. Here we go, team. All right, pay yourself. Pay yourself, pay yourself, pay yourself, pay yourself. Do not expect too much. We're at the edge of the balance range. If we keep screaming here, fantastic. But we are paying ourselves because we understand structure. Buyers are trapped, all right? Here. Buyers are trapped here. We can definitely fail here hard. You must pay yourself in this region, all right? If we get lucky, we go all the way up here today and we're laughing. But we don't trade on luck, do we? So we pay ourselves. Here we go. Woo! From the window to the wall. You know the next bit. Nice, team. Congrats, everyone. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I told you. I told you we're upside today. We're upside for this move because we failed to complete this move. Right, I'm going to get rid of this. We've taken this out. This is the edge. I expect some supply to start holding up here. I really do. I really do. So nice and careful, please. Let's see what you guys are saying. Lots of you grabbing it. Peter getting it. Tyson, Christy, Tyre, Array, Lee Kim, Miguel, John Dennis, Awani, DJ Noah, Bowden, Michelle, John, Greg, Garber, Otis, Psychosis, Jeff, Martin. Qureshi, 800 up on that. Nice. Past evals. Mr. Hernandez, past evals. Out here, Tyre Wood. Happy to watch it run without me. That's fine. As long as you're locking in, it's good. On Ninja Trader, what are you using to determine the POC and value area high? I'm not. I'm drawing it in manually, buddy. Herbs made 1.4%. DTR losing 8%. 1,875. I'm done and sealed out at 973. Very well done, Alex. Nice work, mate. Nice work all. Show me the money, Peter says. Yes, keep holding those runners, man. We can get up to that previous week point of control if we get lucky. You can move your stop up, though. Do not be giving back like 60, 70, 80 points on this move. We're squeeze up because the bears got trapped. Surprise, surprise. The bears got trapped at the lows again. Who'd have guessed that in a bullish rotational market, the bears would get trapped at the lows? Do they ever learn? Do they ever learn? Hopefully they'll never learn because it gives us plays every day. Bart with the W, Brandon with the W, Foster Scott with the W, Amalabi, Coop, Order Flow, 1,700 in that. Love it. JJ, Owen, Herinda, Mike, Henrik, Bradley, Chris, E.T., Hernandez, Stephen, up 1,000 on that. Mark with the W. Love it, folks. This is what I love to see. You guys coming in here, being patient, and taking the trades when they're there, all right? Not doing all this nonsense, all right? Trading all this, screaming and shouting at the screen. Oh, but there's a fair value gap, and shut up. Trade the higher time frame. All right, higher time frame, higher time frame, higher time frame. H1, trap, bears, stupid. Breakout traders came in. Breakout bears came trade in. 95% of them lose because they don't understand structure. And we go up. Here's our target. I'm out now. Job done. Job done. I'm good with that. That is exactly what I wanted to see happen today. I wanted some trade. I was willing to bid all the way down into this area to complete this rotation. Can we go higher? Yeah. Have we had a great move? Yes. Even joining late there, we got almost 100 points, right? Even joining late there, some of you got in before I did because we're smart, but we got almost 90 points there. So stopped out here, really, to be honest. So 72 points on the runner. Some of you were good enough to take this rotation, which was the correct play to take. Unfortunately, I was teaching you lot while it was happening. But once we swept, trapped the bears, delta, reclaimed, back into it, that's the move. Move's gone. The trade's gone. We've had the trade. Low-hanging fruit's gone. Thank you very much. Exactly the same trade as yesterday. You see how we do the same setups. Repeatable process, repeatable pattern. Even those who watched Wyckoff, there's your range. There's your failed breakout. There's your sign of strength. There's the pull back in. Sign of strength. Pull back in. Complete rotation. Thanks for playing. Done. We're traders. We're not investing in this market. Our job's to get from one level to the next. We've completed that. If they want to fail this now and come all the way back down to 700s, they can absolutely do it because they've completed the rotation. I don't expect them to do it now, but they can do it now. That's exactly what we've just done here. If we go to an hourly, right, what we've just done here, we think about this move. All right, into here. We've completed it. Well done, market. You've done the main job. Your main job was to get here. I don't know. Maybe we build out here and new all-time highs. Maybe not. Maybe we fail here, fail under here, and come back down to those lows. Very, very possible. Because guess what? When we hit that level yesterday on ES, guess what happened? We fucking tanked, all right? It's the same level All right, and ES has not come back into that. This is a lower high. If ES makes a lower low here, this market can still puke. All right, it can. So we have to just take our money when it's available to us for the high probability setups. That's what I will always trade on this channel. If you trade with me, some of you probably left this morning because you're like, this is boring. He's not doing anything here. Yeah, I don't trade in ranges. I hate ranges. If you trade with me long enough, you will hear me say it. Nice, Bart. Good work. Good work, Jeff. Zar Trader, good work. On my labby. Yes, patience pays. Tyson, I bid on that last... Oh, God, Alex can't talk again. I bid on that last huge red candle. This one is a good bid. This one here, I mean, it makes sense. That was the first higher low set. There's your sweep. Very clever. This is demand. This is where we know bears are stuck. That was a good bid. That was the correct bid. It was a good trade, Tyson. Yeah, very, very good trade. Bears are stuck here. After the sweep, we trade away. We trade back inside to offer a buy where those bears are stuck. We go upside. It's a good trade. That's probably either this trade here or this trade here are the best trades of the day in terms of technical setups and locations. All right, and look at that. Once we hit supply, guess what's happening? Does this make sense to you all, folks? Especially those new. I know everyone who's done the course understands what's going on, but does this all make sense to you? Why we took profit up there, what we're looking for? No entry long after the retrace. Not now. We've completed the move, right? We just completed the move. Remember, this is the now top of a daily and H1 and H4 move. I just showed you. Every time we complete that move, we can trade downside because this can still be a giant bear flag. All right. All we're trying to do is back test. Impulse move. Trapped traders. The most, if you read the newsletter, the most retail traders ever recorded came on Thursday. They all bought the high on Thursday. On Friday, we liquidated them. Surprise, surprise. All right. This can still be a giant bear flag. I am not looking to pick the top. But I tell you what, if we start getting stuck in these levels, I'm going to think about this trade here. If we reclaim this and build out tomorrow or next week, then I know we're going for all-time highs, right? But our edge is gone. Think about the weekly newsletter. Just think about the weekly newsletter. I was looking for what? A push-up Monday or Tuesday. There we go. A sell Tuesday or Wednesday. There we go. Right? And then we had to decide once we got down. This was a very high probability move. The push up, high probability. The sell back down to here, high probability. Once bulls defended this, we expect liquidity to be built until we retest this level. 25,000 is your under over now. They fail that. They are very open to this. You cannot rule it out because we've just tested. Reclaim this supply, build more liquidity out here. You have a giant one of these for more upside. Will that happen? I would say that this is fairly high probability to happen next week, especially if we do this and then they go, hey, Amazon earnings, Nvidia earnings, AMD earnings are all blowout. Well, guess what? You've got then a ton of bears here. We let these bulls out and we make new all-time highs. It's very possible, but we are traders. We can only trade each session. So we have to wait for the sessions to develop for that edge. Nice. Price is trading. Good work. Good work. All right. At least half of you not smash that like button. I want a record like amount on here today. There's over 200 of you in here this morning. Get that like up. Alex, why the red bar was supply for you? Why the... Adam, what do you mean, my friend? The red box or a red bar? I'm trying to understand what you mean. Possibly a retest of opening range high. I mean, yes. Very possible, but low-hanging fruit for me is gone. Very possible. You can see this shift in structure now. Lots of buyers and lots of sellers participated here. If you're a buyer up there, you're stuck. It can be a two-leg, all right? And maybe they come back to do this. But the thing is, for me, we've done the main move I would want to see today. So if buyers are stuck up here, if we fail to hold this, we are now making lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. You cannot rule out the snap back down like we talked about. Higher time frame has completed the move. It is the higher time frame that has my attention all the time. All right, higher time frame is what I think about. Just so you can see the other charts, right? This is a 5-minute breakout into key level, all right, where we know we've failed from before. It's a big, big, big pivot. H1, all right, H1 high, swept the low into the high, has now got stuck, right, at the key level. Can we get up to previous week point of control? Maybe I've got it drawn wrong and it's already hit it. I'm going to have to check in a minute. But I would be somewhat cautious, right? Buying up here right now, looking for more, right? We bought here to look for that. Yesterday we bought here to look for this, all right? You want to be careful right now. If it can hold, and it's part of your appetite and you like the idea of like that two-leg pullback and curl and go, that's great. But just remember, low-hanging fruit has gone. All right, so holding above previous day high, maybe if you've got a really bullish sentiment and you want to go for that, that's fine. But for me, low hanging fruit has gone. It's gone. The easy layup trade has gone now. Unless they really turn the jets on and they want to go back through the supply to all-time highs today, there is a good chance we need to wait and see. All right, because you had a big volume exchange here. Think about how many buyers chased. Lots. All right. If they reject this, we come back down here. All right. The only thing I would say is if they do a two-leg and they do a little wiggle here, maybe it's got more juice, but it's beyond my appetite because of where we're positioned. If we were doing that move down here, right? If we were down here and we're doing, obviously not going to let me do it, and we'd broken out through this and we were doing a two-leg back into a demand area and then doing one of these and we had a reason to go higher, I'm way more interested. What's a better way of me saying that? Momentum, fantastic here. Location for a long up here, not very good, is it? And there you go. This is now starting to get stuck. So I would say we can put some volume on here because I haven't put it on now. Let's put some volume on here. I would say you've probably got some trap participants at that high now. Why are you not extending? There we go. Okay, so you can see nice excess left up here in that block. And we're coming back down to value. All right, and we're trying to hold value. If we can hold value, if they want to just firm up and increase value up here today, then they'll try and bid off. If we fail value, then guess what? We're going to go to point of control, value area low. I'm really uninterested. We've had the exact move I wanted to see. Nvidia report doesn't report until yeah, well, Nvidia's later, but we have, I can read them out. We have lots of reports coming over the next few weeks. Sorry, I gave Nvidia as an example, but you know, I really just meant all the mag because we have banks this week and tech starts next week, and TSM started today, which is why you're seeing Nvidia up 1.5% today, right? Because we had TSM today, Taiwan Semiconductors, and it printed really well. But if we go to the newsletter, I did put them in there, this week's one at least. Can't find it. I'd have to log in. Hang on. So, yes, Taiwan Semiconductors was this morning. Tomorrow you've got like Amex. That's the big one tomorrow, really. What do we have next week? I'll have to check the weekend. All right, so rotation back down. I would say we made our money. We have made our money. The box. Oh, Adam, the box. Did you understand when I just explained it? Or do you want me to go through it? It's just the box. How do I know it's supply? It's where we have volume trapped above. All right, think about this. Rough area. Resistance, 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 resistance here, right? Breakout. So R, B, S, up, down, support. Failed to break a high. Where does the liquidation start? It starts when all these buyers become sellers. Where does that start? When their stop gets run. Where's that stop? Right here. Okay, liquidated. Unbelievable to you and me, but very true. Lots of these people don't stop out, right? They don't stop out. It's too painful for them to take a stop down here. They would rather watch this bleed against them and hope and pray that we come back into that level where where their average price is. Maybe even they double down, right? So when it gives them the opportunity to get back out break even, guess what they do? They sell. So any buyer here who didn't sell, who didn't stop out here, they just got given the opportunity to get flat. That's what they take. That's why this is supply. This is trapped buyers. If we get acceptance above here and build this out for a session or two, then we can think about new highs. Yeah, Peter, they came this morning. They were this morning. Taiwan Semiconductors. This is probably a really stupid question, but how do you find areas of supply and demand? I believe you marked them with the red and shaded boxes. Oh, hopefully that just explained it. It's not a stupid question either. There's no stupid questions, my friend. Never, ever a stupid question. I couldn't imagine being in a losing position like that and then waiting to jump out. Yeah, it happens, but even the big boys do it. No, not really. I mean, I wouldn't. Just don't pay attention. I don't pay attention to this. Look, we can just get rid of that altogether. I don't. What is it? Is it this one? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the percentages. This is just delta. Right at the bottom. This just helps me see when I can identify either a trapped or really big momentum. Because when we look at volume, this is showing us total amount of orders. Right, so we don't know who's offside when we're looking at this. We just have buy and sell volume, but we don't know what percentages. That thing on the right tries to give it to you. Delta is a bit better for me. So this morning, at these lows, guess what? There was more selling than buying, which means what? You might think that means more downside. Well, it does if we stay heavy, but if we reclaim this level here, all right, and these are all sellers, what are they? They're now offside. What do we like to trade? Traders that are offside. Same idea as this. We just went over the supply. We trade away from it. We come back to it. These sellers who didn't stop out, guess what they do now? They stop out. When you stop out as a seller, what do? You buy market. Right? Same idea. It's the only way the market works, guys. It's how the market works. Or it's how I use positions to understand market. Hopefully that's better. Thanks, Adam. That's kind of you. All right, folks, I'm going to get a refill and use the bathroom. Two things in one go, which means when I come back, we're probably 400, 500 points lower. All right, but stick with me. We'll be back very, very shortly. Okay. All right, so you're seeing a series of lower highs and lower lows now since we tagged that level. Oh. And this will be the battleground here. All right, if they can bid into this or above this, maybe you get one of these. But again, we've completed the main move. We've completed the main move. You see how important it is to understand when to be done with it, when to be like, okay, we've had that move, now we can wait for liquidity to be built for the next thing. Take care, Otis. Have a good day at work, my friend. All right, one thing I'd be careful of, if you look at VIX, 5-minute pullback, held the deep flow zone pullbacks, reclaimed PDC, it's starting to build that inverse head and shoulder on the VIX. We might get volatility coming here, folks. In fact, it's starting to come already. So the VIX is giving us that clue. All right, the VIX is giving us that clue. Volatility might be about to be injected. I would not be looking for longs right now after we hit our target. Honestly, I cannot rule out new low of weeks in the next 2 weeks. Normally after a significant dump, if you look at the stats, normally after like a big dump day or dump week last week, the following week kind of trades upside or sideways, but the week after that can often be the week where they look for continuation. Now, I'm not a big stat guy, but it does not surprise me, does it? If you think about it, a weekly low, we make a lower high. What do you expect the next week if we're going to get continuation? A new weekly low, right? So we can't deny that they might try and do that. And if they're going to do it, that swing point is going to be here, all right, somewhere around here. If we reclaim this, then I would rule out a new weekly low next week altogether, to be honest. So this is a significant area. We just missed POC by a tick or two there. So they're defending this. This is current value on the day, right? This is why I said this would be a big under over area. If they hold this, they finish this pullback, if they really think, hey, we've got to reclaim this, maybe they do that. But I remain somewhat uninterested all the time we're back in this range. Any questions, folks? Got to be careful of that VIX here. That VIX is a dangerous little side chick right now. Dangerous side chick. It's not like it's trading in the 15s, right? It's trading and basing above 20. Oh, that scares the bejesus out of me. Giveaway time? Yeah, we can do a giveaway. Take care, Peter. Have a good day, my friend. Or a good evening for you. Ish. What time is it? Yeah, coming up to evening. Have a good evening. Afternoon and evening, I should say. What time is it for you? Like 4 o'clock? Okay, so stuck at that initial balance height. We found a bid just in front of POC. We're not getting acceptance yet above this. If we get acceptance, if they start trying to do a pivot, again, it's beyond my appetite. But if they start trying to do this, you might get that kind of move there. I wouldn't rule it out. But again, a lot of this is going to depend if VIX can make new lows for me. And your range on these flushes is like 50 plus points. So just be aware, watch your size. But the mag will look good. I will say, Apple only 0.22% down now. Everything else green. The mag does look good. As a equally weighted index, we're up 0.64% on the mag. And it's possible that they go for pushes. You cannot rule it out. Again, probably beyond my appetite. All right, should we do a giveaway then? Let's give away, to start the day, we're going to give away a free introduction to trading and investing course. All right, so that's worth $99. It's 2 hours. Once you do that, you actually get a year money off the main course. So I'm actually effectively giving you $200 for free, but let's do that. It's up to you. If you've already done the course or done the beginner to advanced course already as well, you probably won't want to do it. So you can either give it to a friend or we can re-roll. So I'll leave it up to you as the winners. And the code is not going to be FCT, John. You guys just jump in the gun so quickly. I want to win, I want to win, I want to win. Give me the money, give me the money. Okay. All right, the code is course, right? Just type course in chat. You only need to type it once. You only need to type it once. Yeah, Cap, welcome to give it to whoever you want. If you want to give it to a family member or friend, absolutely welcome to do that. Give you guys a couple minutes to do that. I'm just waiting for Apex to generate some new codes at the moment for us, so it might be tomorrow that we do that. ES looking good here. VIX trying to break down. They're trying to do that squeeze we just talked about. You just got to be careful. If they make a lower high here on ES, this is where it failed from earlier into that initial balance. And again, we've had the main move. The low hanging fruit has taken place. That's why I'm less interested now. It's just how my brain works. Once I've made that money on the low hanging fruit, I'm far less interested. I don't know, Charles. I don't work for them, but they give me codes to give you guys because they help sponsor this show. And I just know that we're having some issues the other day with them, which is why some of you won and the codes didn't work as well. So I can only go by what they tell me. Tonio, Alex, the first time on your stream. I've been in the biz for a few years now, been quite lonely recently, and you share a lot of my opinions. So I think I'll be there more. Cheers again. That is lovely to hear. It is a lonely industry, my friend. So come and join me every morning. Come and join the community. If you want to like trade in the afternoons and stuff, we've got a great team in Discord. They're a friendly bunch. Most of them are in here in the mornings. Don't trade alone. It's not fun. I did it for years. That's why we built this community. Coop and I have traded together for, how long, Coop? Must be 6+ years now. Must be 6+ years now, something like that. Mo, Alex, what does the 40% rule mean on funding ticks 50K one step? I made $300 profit now for 3 consecutive days. It shows me that I passed it, but does not pass the challenge. Well, that's only $900, right? So what I don't, you need to make $2,500. That's all you need to do. So you just need to make sure that one of your days is not more than 40% of $2,500, which would be about $1,100 or something. All you got to do is pass it in 3 days or more. Just take your time. That's all you need to worry about. Just don't make 2,000 one day and think you can just make 500 the next day and pass. That's all it is. Charles, I think I might have one of those already, but I don't trade on TradingView. But I think there is stuff on that already. All right, let's pull this winner then. Let's pull this winner before I forget. And it will show it in chat. The winner is Greg M. Are you here, Greg? The winner is Greg M. Just let me know you're still here. There you are, Greg. Nice one. Shoot me an email, Greg. info@flowzonetrader.com. Assuming you want the free course for you or your friends, and we'll get you set up. All right, we're doing that dance at the initial balance. VIX is still holding the 2050s. All right, so this is my one concern right now. All right, this is my concern right now. Where have you gone? All right, the VIX is in this old range. All right, so we used to fail here. We pushed above it to the 22s. We came back down. We built a base. We traded back down under it. We've traded above it. We're back at this same level. Until VIX lets go of PDC and starts trading downside, all right, if the VIX does that, the markets go upside. If the VIX keeps basing and basing and basing and basing here, we're going to increase the chance of a retest up here. And what will that do to the market? 700s, baby. So we want to be careful, all right? We've had the main move. We want to be careful. It would be absolutely mental to see this market make new weekly lows next week, but it would not surprise me if we fail to reclaim that. It really would not surprise me. Couple of questions, please. Why did you switch from ES to NQ, and what time frame did you trade? All right. The reason is when I switched, we were trading very, very slow, and it's when money flow started to move back into tech stocks, and the NQ became more volatile and the ATR became bigger. So for day trading, that meant as long as I was on side with the move, it was quicker and easier profits. Okay, well, we've had bigger ATR, especially this week, but I'm going back years now. I then spent enough time on NQ where don't get me wrong, it frustrated the hell out of me many times, but I started to learn its personality. All right, and now I know its personality. It's very hard for me to move over. So what's NQ's personality versus ES? Well, NQ will run over your stops by 20, 30, 40, 50 points. It will overextend ranges, all right? It will overextend those ranges, which is dangerous if you're the wrong side of it. But what it means is when you get traders that chase, you get really nice traps like we saw this morning. So if you think about this morning, we ran that and the range is big. Think about all of this. Easy money, all right? Easy, easy money. So that was the main reason that I switched. Now, have I thought about going back and forth? Of course, especially the days where the divergence is big. We had that, I think only up until last Friday. The divergence for about 5 weeks was getting more and more annoying, and we were trading in tiny little ranges. But I've got used to the NQ now. I watch the Mag 7. I swing trade the Mag 7. I know the Mag 7's levels. Mag 7 is 60% of the NQ. So if I feel comfortable with what the Mag are doing, then it gives me a bit of edge into the Qs. Now, that's not to mean that's not the same for everywhere else. ES tends to respect levels a lot. Let's just go to the ES. Like, we've got time here. Let's think about what ES did yesterday. That drive up, remember yesterday, we were long on the trap yesterday on NQ looking for the move we had today. ES did that move, all right? ES respected the level and did the move. What was the downside level on ES this week? It was 6 6s, right? 6 6s. This was your weekly pivot. I think it was actually 6606. But 6 6s was your monthly and weekly pivot. This here, you don't get much bleed below this before we turn upside. All right, and again, do we even trade down into it again? Well above 650s. All right, so very, very clear levels on ES, I would say. We don't wash hard. If you compare that to the Qs, when we let go of like the 700s, all right, if you were a buyer being like, I'm going to absorb 700s, all right, you got to sit through way more pain. The 5s. 7s is all the way up here. That bleed is excess. That's how NQ plays. She gets nasty. She will hurt you. Even here, 700, 750s, we bleed 664. So an extra 40 points bleed. Do you see what I'm saying? They're just different animals. But the volatility is very, very good, and the ATR is very, very good. So when you're onside in a move, you can make good money. You don't need to oversize either. So for day trading, think NQ is really good. For swing trading, if I was going to position trade, it's hard, isn't it? Because to be honest, QQQ is offering way better returns per year than the SPY. But if you wanted to be a safe trader, you take the SPY because it's the top 500, not the top 100 tech. Greg, info@flowzonetrader.com. What time frame do I trade? That is, do you mean what time frame do I execute on? I normally execute on the 1 minute chart. What time frame do I trade? I think people phrase that the wrong way. That's not a dig at you. That's just I trade higher time frame. All right. I execute low time frame, but I'm trading off daily and hourly sort of moves. I'm not trading off what I'm seeing here. What I'm seeing in this chart here is all about, for me, what I'm looking at in the higher time frame. All right. So there's a reason we got long where we did and we sold where we did this morning because of the higher time frame. The higher time frame tells me we're gonna fail up here. The higher time frame tells me we're probably gonna be buyers, right, underneath the H1 H4 into this block here. This is where they're going to protect. So the higher time frame tells me buy here, sell here. Otherwise, if I'm trading lower time frame, I'm selling here and I'm stopping out here. And then I'm buying here and I'm stopping out here, right? I don't care about this chart as much. This just gives me edge to see the swing points lower time frame. But I'm executing low time frame, I'm trading high time frame. Hopefully that makes sense. Why not trade the Dow? Yeah, it's volatile as well. I've never traded the Dow. I've never traded the Dow. I mean, that does not look as good to me. This looks horrible. Hasn't completed the move. That puts me off straight away. It's the first time I've looked at it in a long time. I just don't. I would probably rather trade RTY than the Dow, to be honest, because I think you get small cap edge. So you get blow off move. I would literally treat this as a small cap. All right, blow off move. Remember, this is mainly small caps. Blow off move. Guess what I'm doing on that? I'm fading that all day long if it's small caps. See you later. All right. So if you're a small cap trader, you probably want to watch the RTY. It's probably the easier move to be trading. But yeah, we're in a tech bubble. Well, whether you say it's a bubble or not, but we're in a tech world right now. So my edge is in tech. Tonio, how can I join the Discord? I haven't really got used to this app, so I'm not really sure. Yeah, Discord is for course members. So if you do the beginner to the advanced course, it comes for free with that. All right. If you're like, I don't want to do the course, that's fine. The Discord is only for course members. It's not to make you do the course, it's so that everyone in the Discord is trading the same setup in the same direction. I've been at this a long time. Communities which fail are communities which allow any person to join without doing, courses and understanding what they're looking for. And then you get people arguing with each other, convincing each other to get out of trades because they're trading different setups. That's the last thing I want. So that's why, if you're wondering. I don't know if it's going to impact the market right now, but all 4 major crypto tokens are now sitting in dangerous support levels. Bitcoin might fall below 107 if sellers get heavy. Yeah, I hadn't looked this morning, but last night when I was looking, there is a bit of a cliff edge there on BTC on the higher time frame. All the time it's holding this, it's okay. It starts to let go of this. I'd say there's a liquidity run onto this, and major buying came in down here. All right, so if they run, let's just call it 107s, I think it was. If they run 107s, you can see a run down to 100. If they fail that, probably going to come into this block here of 90 to sort of 80, and I expect it to find a bid there. All right, so 50%, 61 will be into what, 97s, So golden zone would be really nice if they can offer a deep pullback into here if you're a crypto trader. All right, and then you'd need to wait because, you know, these build outs, if we're going to do leg higher in the next few years, these build outs take a long time. Think how long this build out took. This continuation from March to October. All right, so we could easily, what's that? March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, 8 months. Right, we might see a trade down here and do this, and maybe it offers one of these, and 8 months later. But crypto is very, very time based. The amount of time it takes in consolidations. March, look at this. March till October. March to October. March to October. All right. So that's what I'd be expecting. All right, here's the fails. Woo! Here the fails. God, I got caught watching crypto. Okay. All right, so tagged, like we said, can we make a weekly fail here? Possibly, probably not today. But the daily level is definitely this kind of block down here. Now we can still trade inside of a balanced profile today. All right, if we hold above previous day and above previous week, we can create balance here. If we fail outside of this, these levels down here might be visited. This is stronger selling now. So guess what? Buyers came in. Like I said, I'm not interested in buying this, trying to get back up there. It's beyond my appetite. We've already done the move. Strong selling at supply. We're now starting to fail. We're coming back down into range. Very possible we can gut check this. It would not surprise me in the slightest. Oh, of course, not really looking for one, but I appreciate your answer. If there's another way, yes. Sorry, no other way, mate. Like, and I totally understand if, like, you've done courses and you know how to trade, you won't want to do it. That's absolutely fine. I'm not trying to push a sell on you, but hopefully you understand why I have it set that way. I've been in many, many, many rooms in the past, and if you have them open where people are not trading the same direction, all it causes is problems in the community. Yes, look at VIX. Yes, we just talked about that, didn't we? All right, this was the problem. The VIX, look at that. All right, we just talked about this at the PDC. If it does not let go of this and it builds one of these inverse head and shoulders, obviously it's not going to let me draw now. All right, then we get this move and we go risk off, and guess what's happening? We're getting that move and we've gone risk off. All right, we just talked about it. Here comes the free fall. Okay, so the pro trend. Whew, we can go pro trend sell. I'm telling you, it's why we took money off the table this morning. It's why we took the money. I'm just going to check the news in case there's anything here. So back down into the opening range low here. ES doing the same move. We can still rotate. We can be in an initial balance day. We can rotate back and forth. It's very, very possible. We're engaged deep in negotiations with the US. This is Canadian news here. I'm speaking to President Putin right now. The conversation is ongoing and a lengthy one. That's Trump, just so you know. He's just posted that. No, but I'm watching hourlies. Hourly candles are what I really care about. And then after that, sort of 5-minute time frames. But hourlies and dailies are what I really care about. And then 5 minutes for when there's a sentiment shift. Like now we've just hit the 200 on the 5-minute. We're coming down to that same support level. If we start failing here, we can think about that pivot into 73, London low, sort of 52s, previous day point of control, etc., etc. We can keep rotating this range. Okay, we can keep rotating this range. It can even come down here and keep rotating it. All the time we're above this, there is possibility for buyers to remain in control. But this is very much, think how similar this is to yesterday. There's the liquidity built overnight without being washed. There's the dump this morning to take some out and a push at the high before we see a failure. Let's have a look at yesterday. We went over this pre-market. This is exactly the same move as yesterday. Here's the liquidity built from yesterday in Asia and London. There's the pull down to trap sellers in the morning. There's the push up, which should have completed the move up to here with ES. It didn't. There's a build of liquidity, and guess what happens? Liquidated them all of Globex got run out again. All right, so we're starting to see the same start as yesterday. Now, it doesn't have to complete the whole move, but it's just important to understand where we are in the process. I wouldn't be surprised if we just have a balanced day today, but we will see. We'll see. If we go risk off, we go risk off. All right, gap now filled on the ES and the spiders, right? Gap now filled. So ES and spiders have filled that gap. We've not filled that gap on Qs. Gap's all the way down here on Qs, but we have filled it on the spiders. $25,000 over under, kind of all the way down to 920s basically. That's sort of your over under. Previous day point of control. Gap filled down here. Globex is all the way down here as well. If they really want to do the same exact move as yesterday, they're going to have to come and take Globex out. And we can still be bullish from there. That's the danger. If you zoom out and look at the H1, look at the range we created yesterday after that liquidation break, and then we absorbed it on that huge H1 back up. We went sideways in a range. That range is basically from 25,000 down into 900. So there's about 100 points down here where they can absorb like they did yesterday if they want to. That's where there was, anyone in Discord, there was a relentless bidder on the tape absorbing everything yesterday. Higher time frame algo been tagged there on the spiders, reclaiming PDC, reclaiming initial balance, and we're doing the same here on the Qs here, but we have not filled that gap on the Q. So divergence with the cash market. VIX also coming into its supply. All right, start a supply here on the VIX, getting very, very close. We talked about it earlier. Can trade all the way up to 2140s. We just hit 21. Do we hit it? 39. And if it gets acceptance through that, we're going to go back towards high of day from yesterday, which will mean this market will want to trade those 700s if we do that. I have to jump off stream. Have a good day, everyone. Take care, Richard. Take care. Missed the long, caught the short. Nice, Troy. Just be careful on reclaims here, Troy. You'd want to see it build out some liquidity to move lower if you're staying short, which means some form of flag getting stuck. You'd want to see some form of rejection in here, ideally a two-leg if you're really looking for that move lower. Just be very careful as we come into here, and just remember ES just took the low-hanging fruit. Right, so ES has already done this move and is already, so the equivalent, filled its gap, come back inside IB. Just be careful. You would want to see a two-leg, right? And you'd want to see this trade lower, really, just based on structure. Just be careful down here. I don't know where you got short. Just be careful. Canada hinted to a trade deal, did it? Is that what Carney's saying? We could be in a balanced range here. It's very possible today. All right, so starting to see the start of a V-shaped recovery here as we reclaim IB. How they act into this POC and VWAP, I would say, will be somewhat key here. Like I said, I would not be surprised to see a balanced range play out today because you've got multiple time frame traders trading against each other. Holding that 21 on the ES, holding the 200 on the 5, holding the high time frame algo on the spiders. What do you use to determine all your main lines? You just use a bigger time frame and look at previous low or liquidity. I don't really know what you're asking there. What do I use to determine my main lines? What are the main lines? I use value, I use lows, I use highs, and I use supply and demand. That's kind of it. So lows and highs are previous sessions, previous days, any important level. Supply and demand where people are stuck. Hope that makes sense. All right, you're seeing some form of rejection here at the flow zones and VWAP, but I would be careful here. If buyers come back in around these sort of 30s and 40s and step back in, that's where you have excess, right? Look at the biggest volume candle, the biggest delta, right here. Right, so any seller in here is currently trapped, right? They need a breakdown under here to get out. If they don't do that, if buyers hold this little pivot right here, right, then you're going to get a squeeze upside. So be somewhat careful. And we broke down from here. So you've just traded probably back towards the midpoint of this most recent swing. And I would not be surprised, I keep saying, for it to be a balanced day today until it proves otherwise. That's a bid on the monthly VWAP, is it? Thank you, Mo. Thanks for letting us know. So again, these sellers got trapped so far down here. Big sell, big delta under IB. If we hold this pivot here, we're holding current value on the session. They can squeeze back up to where we failed from. All right, and if we build liquidity up here later, I'd be more inclined to think that then there's a shot to go higher. All right, so if we built liquidity here, failed, trap sellers come and grind back up here, build liquidity here, I'd be more inclined to think that we'd probably break out to the upside at that point if we get up there and build liquidity. We're very thick into this POC here, so this is your under over right now. Yeah, if you're new to the stream, asking lots of questions, absolutely fine. But just know there's tons of free education on my YouTube. Probably the answer to your question is on my YouTube. You're asking about how I trade or flow zones or key levels or volume profile or single prints and TPO or I don't know, bear flags and bull flags or traps or any of these things. Most of it's on my YouTube. Initial balance, opening range, it's all there for you. You just got to dig through it. But it's there for you. There's a playlist with all of it in. Awesome stream today, Alex. It helps flesh out the course. Yeah, that's why we started trading live. It wasn't for anyone else other than course members because it helps put everything into practice. What you learn in the course, I think, makes it feel real. And here's the squeeze. All right, so a bit of a V-shaped recovery into that POC. You're trading POC right now. New York VWAP above it. ES into that same level. Nice, JJ. I'm assuming you just got long there on that trap, JJ. Reclaiming the IB, back to VWAP. So IB to VWAP. How many times do we see this trade? All right. Failed auction over IB, IB to VWAP, VWAP, IB, IB to VWAP, maybe VWAP, and then it will make its decision back to this IB or up to this IB. But this rotation is common because we're in balance. All right, we're in balance. $20 left here, folks. 20 minutes left here. Someone at my door? Yeah. All right. Be right back, folks. I think I might have builders here. Give me a second. All right, there's the rejection, retest of the low. VIX still trying to get going here. You can see some absorption on the tape. This 25,000, big level. Big level, everybody. And this is previous week open. So can they trade under this and close the gap to previous day point of control or not is probably the question at the moment. Do they get follow through? If they don't get follow through, they will trap sellers down here again. They trapped earlier. They're looking for follow through downside under 25,000 right now to get down to previous day point of control, which is 40s. And there's the expansion. All right, so if you can close the gap here, you'll get through the 40s and trade down to 20s, which is gap fill. All right, so anyone who took that bear flag continuation, you look good on that rejection. Sorry, I had to step away. I have builders coming today because we had a flood above us. Okay, so you're looking to see if you get acceptance in here. Be very careful if they reclaim that. If you're short, you're looking for this move down into here. You do not want to get short into this level. All right, if you took this bear flag, rejection, and then trade back down into here, it's possible. Like we talked about, IB, view up, now view up, IB. Now you'll see if they can get expansion into these levels. Globex is not out the question. Yesterday, this is the exact move that happened yesterday. Tag the high, Globex. All right, that if they do a replication, that's what it is. I know, PD. It's like a laughing joke in this community. Every time I walk away from the screens, we get a big move. It's just sod's law. That you'll find the market will do that to you. What time frame is the chart right now? This is an M1. This chart you're looking at is an M1. Midnight open price is a great target for short, so I don't really follow that, but each their own. This is trading view. Trading view. Alex bladder indicator, yeah. That time wasn't a bladder, it was to speak to builders. So the above us, there was a big flood and it's leaked down into our building. So they're coming to fix it. So maybe that's a new indicator. When the builders are coming, it's a 100-point puke indicator. Maybe that's the one. All right, watching ES if it rejects PDC. VIX still going here. VIX still going here. Be careful if you're sizing. Your ATR starting to increase here. If you're in this short, be careful if you size him. Undercover market maker. Yeah, I walked away and just slammed short while you weren't on the screens. Just thought, fuck these guys. All right, retest of IB, retest of the balance coming where we just failed from. ES trying to reclaim these same levels. Just be careful. We know this is a big zone here. All right, it's why we have it highlighted. We don't want to be short into this zone. This is the chop fest kind of zone. If they protect that, they can still be bullish. There is a chance to gap fill and go under this. Really, this zone's pretty big. It's all the way down to here, but this is like the top side of it. I wouldn't be bullish in this right now, that's for sure. Not until it shows a very, very good reclaim. Right now, this is a pretty significant pullback. But if you look at the H1, we're just trading back into that key level of sort of 75. Look at the H1. Look at the bars from sort of the close and open yesterday. That's 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock bar. You look at yesterday, 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock bar, and you look at that dip at 3 a.m. this morning. It's giving you an indication that buyers are trying to step in there. It's where we failed from yesterday. They're trying to step back in there. If they fail that level, we can think about bigger washes in the market. Into these levels. Maybe they're going to go for gap fill. It's going to be a big move if they do. It's good effort if they go for it. Into that big level now. The start of this block, it's where buyers tried to show their hand earlier today and yesterday to step in. So I'm trying to catch up with the chart here. I can vary if you use a copy trader, your data provider. Oh, sorry, talking to each other. Does your discount code work on TradingView? No, sorry. Okay, previous day point of control coming up here, folks. Market getting heavy. Starting to see more of a rotation. Broader market starting to look very, very, or much redder. PDC probably the target here. So POC 40s and 24s, man. I kind of wish that builder didn't come at that opportunity. Probably had one more opportunity short there. Too late in the day here. Too late in the day here. Yeah, very nice, SAR, if you took that. Very, very nice. This is kind of a key level here. All right, if we go to H1, you'll see what I'm talking about. All right, look at this key level. Resistance, 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 support, resistance, 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 support. This is a big, it's a big level here. All right, if they hold this, maybe they go for a new rotation back to here. If we fail under here and we start doing one of these, this is going to look very, very dangerous because we've completed this test of up here. Can't rule this move out. Unlikely today, but you can't rule it out. But this is a big level. This is your under over. It's not like I'm very, very bullish in this level. It's just I've marked it sort of as grey as I know. Okay, this is a key level. How we operate around this level. It's a rough area. We can trade under it and over it and under it and over it. But we know this is a big level here. They've shown us multiple times. Crypto's letting go at 8. Well, still sort of holding on-ish. What do we say? 107 break really for Bitcoin. Still trading 108, 850. Still looks okay to me. And we can just gap fill here and find bids. Where's the Qs? Has the Qs filled the gap? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Might stay with you a bit longer here. If this volatility stays around, I'll kick it with you a little bit longer. Come on, let's go and gap fill and then see what's what. I don't want to dangle in front of it. I want to just go and get it done. Lots of bids down here. So stacked from 65 to 45 and then all the way down into 25s. $9.15 is massive level on the daily. I'm going to move this down just a smidge like that. Come and fill the gap before you do anything else, please. Nice, Bowden. Take your time. Don't worry about the money. Legit setups only, even if it takes you another week. Come on, get your ass down there. Let's go to previous day point control and gap fill and maybe Globex, and then we can see what's what. So if you're already in this short, you look good. I'm definitely not joining here. Like I said, I missed that. This was your entry right here into flow zones, into POC, into flow zones, failed, and there's your rotation, retest of IB, and these are your targets right now. This guy, and this guy, if you can get down. You cannot join short here. You are asking for it. Even if it flushes, you're just getting lucky. The short was up here, right when I spoke to the builder. VIX still going. All right, 2160s now. It can trade up to 2244 for that all previous day high break if it wants. Squeezing back up here to the IB. There's IB. Here's a retest of IB. Now you'd want to see it peak over this, even if it's going to fail. trap balls here, come into here, and then fail back down. I know we're holding this level, but there's no structural shift right now. I would not be surprised to see them pop this stop and then trade down into here. I don't want to leave these low-hanging fruits here and trade up. I'd hate it when Qs do that, so I won't be trading that if we do that. And is that 25,000, right? It's the 25,000 level. Surprise, surprise, we're at 25,000. Here we go. Can we pop the stops and then make a decision? So if we pop the stops up, trap balls and trade down, that would be really nice. Clean up that downside, and then we can think about what's next. If we just trade straight upside here, I'm not really that interested in joining long. We've left low-hanging fruit. We haven't. To come this close to these levels is gross for me for how I like to trade. So I'd like this to trade up and fail and come back down and clean it out. ES, however, did do the move, so we need to be aware of that. Yes, exactly, Ken. No trade zone sort of around here while it makes its decisions. So we have popped those stops in that last candle. I would say if it reclaims value, it can go on a big old squeeze all the way upside, but that's not ideal. Not with leaving low-hanging fruit below. It's not ideal if it does that. What's this little pivot? Maybe. I mean, VIX is pulling back, can afford a deep pullback before it builds more liquidity if it's going to do that move. And it's probably done like a 61 retrace here. Let me have a little look. High to that low. Yeah, it's right into its golden pocket here, so it might fail here, VIX. We don't know. Definitely trade location for downside's gone for me, unfortunately. Even though I'd like to see it, it's doing everything I'd want to see. Little sweep over this. I'd want to see it now come down and fill all this in. That would be the most ideal kind of move. But just the location's poor, right? Because we bid off here last few days, under, over, under, over, under, over. If we let go of all these levels, it's a whole different ball game. I do not want to get short into a level which we know is key. The opportunity's been and gone. It was at sort of the 70s and 50s for this trade down. So it's offered 80 to 90 points on this trade for that continuation. I've missed that. So just have to be okay with that. Nice, Sar. Good work. Yeah, and good discipline as well, knowing that. That's good discipline. These guys down at 25 looking to get filled. You can see them looking to get filled down there. 24,925. Is that the gap fill? Yes, basically. They're looking to get filled on gap fill. And then you've got Globex below it, if it's really willing to move. Just not convinced. This area is such a huge area. I'm not convinced. Would I like it to sit trade down there? Yeah, because it would clean everything up, make the next moves very clean and obvious. But I remain unconvinced right now. There's 80s. Still absorbing here. '80s again. Buyers down here looking to get filled. 60, 50, 25. That's where the buyers are down here looking to get filled. I just can't. I wish I was in this short. It feels really good to go down there, but can't be adding here. VIX trying to build out in this range as well. But yeah, if you're getting short down here, it's probably asking for it a little bit. Maybe if you attack those sort of in front of 20s, not too bad. That was another 40 points higher. I think you're going to get it soon. Random question, but when you're in a trade, are you looking at NT more than TV? I find it hard to watch TV. Yeah, I'm watching. If I'm in a trade, I'm watching the screen in front of me, which is NinjaTrader. When I'm teaching you, I'm watching this over here. But they basically replicate each other. I have them set up the same way. Lots of liquidity being built out here now, which is good. If you get a snap, these are your targets. And just be careful. Hopefully you're all short from up here, though. It's coming. That previous day point of control is coming, folks. Lovely. ES breaking down for you. You're going to get it. There's high time frame algo. Point of controls at 40s. You're going to get it, folks. This is getting heavier and heavier and heavier. Just expect some covering here into POC and previous day close. You've got to expect some covering here. VIX starting to try and go again. Oh, it'd be nice if you got Globex if you're in this short. God, that would be a really nice trade. Do not enter short here, by the way. I don't care if this pukes another 100 points. If you enter short here, you got terrible discipline. So POC pretty much being hit there. This red line, pretty much like missed it by a tick, but that might just be me off. So just be careful. That is fair value from yesterday. I mean, it doesn't even matter if you enter short 1 micro, 10 micros, 100 lot. It's bad discipline, isn't it? If you're entering short in a bad area, that's bad trading. That will develop bad habits. Shorting lower day into an area that we pivoted off numerous times is asking for it. You want to short pops into key levels, not low of days. All right, 200 lot on the bid here, 25s. 925s on the bid. He's looking for that gap fill. He's looking to cover, probably, gap fill. He's looking to cover gap fill. If you get under gap fill, you're going Globex, right? If you get under gap fill, you're going Globex. I'm jealous that I'm not in this, to be honest. I'm very jealous. It's a nice, easy trade. So much like yesterday, it's unreal. Hi, Davix. So much like yesterday. So on the next hour, if we're going to have continuation, if we have a pullback in this lunchtime, right, if we have a drive upside, you'd be looking for that drive back into sort of 25K up to 25K and 20, maybe even up to here. So if the new hour bar comes and we drive up to here and set a lower high, then we can look for downside. If we re-accept above that, we're going to go squeeze, right? Just based on the hourlies. I'm looking at the hourlies. This is a big level on the hourlies. Again, this is where the bias comes from. Here's the hourlies, all right? If we hold this level here, somewhere in here, and then we drift back up, we're going to gut check where we broke down from. If we find sellers here, then we can come down and start cleaning some of this out. All right, if we get acceptance back in there, all this is one of these, all right? So be careful. Understand the high time frame narrative. Yes, the only data that you get for NQ is CME, mate. It's centralized. There is no other option. CME is the data provider. All right, here's the new hourly. So if you dunk back down now, just make sure you're locking some in. Whereas I would not be surprised to see this hourly come and back test 25,000, 25,000, 20. Here's your POC. So they're bidding POC at the moment. I really want this to hit the gap fill for you and maybe Globex. How many of you are still in the short? Hopefully lots of you are. Got out at high time frame algo. It's a good trade, mate. It's a good trade still. Well done. Nice work, ST. Right, here comes gap fill. PDC's coming for you. If you snap this, you get very lucky. You will get Globex. And if you snap that and get super lucky, you're going to get the 800s, which we previous day value area low, which is all the way down here. And that will be, right, if we fail now, if H1 fails up here, we are going to confirm that we're going to stay in yesterday's balance. All right, this is yesterday's balance. This is fair value from yesterday. You might see a bid here. If we reject this, this isn't out of the question. If we reclaim this, upside resumes. Yeah, what I showed you was the H1 chart. This feels somewhat controlled at the moment. I wouldn't call this panic. I'd say this is somewhat controlled for now. You're into lunch, by the way, folks. So I'd be watching now that 25k to 25.20, somewhere around there. See if that H1 rejects up there or not. Mark, just make sure you've got it set to live, mate. You might just be delayed or something. You're either delayed on mine or you've not paid for data, one or the other. But the delay on mine is 6 seconds, tops. It's the fastest you can get. You might be 10 minutes behind. If you haven't paid for data, I don't know. But we're currently trading at 9.45. This is not delayed. This is where we're at. Yeah, Noah, don't rule it out, mate. Do not rule it out. Do not rule it out. We cannot rule any of that out right now. But we'd need a lower high on the H1, right? So on the H1, if we're going to do that move, I'd need to see this reject, come under here, and then trade down. If it goes straight down, it's going to be an absolute bugger. That's what it's done the last few days. It has not set that lower high on the H1. And we've not done it now either. Okay, here's PDC coming up. So previous day point control, PDC here. There's lots of bids around here. You can see them on the tape above me. VIX is still going here, folks, but there is some covers coming in here. This is a big area. That's why it's highlighted. It's a contested area. Unbelievable, Jeff. Unbelievable. I know it's wild, isn't it? How many rotations can they do? A lot, apparently. All right, holding previous day point of control, not closing the gap. NQ, not closing that. QQQ. Here you go. So I would be careful here. Watch to see if this H1 drives up and sets a lower high. If we set a lower high on the H1 followed by continuation lower, then you might get acceptance to come and clean out a lot of these levels. I'd say the next level would be sort of 900, 875, 843, and then obviously 750s. But you just have to see if H1 doesn't set a lower high here and just normal service continues, you need to be aware of it. All right, make sure you're zooming out. Oh, mate. Me too, Noah. I hate range trading, but my gosh, if you can sit through 300-point range swings, God, the amount of money you would have made this week is insane. Like set and forget 300-point range swings. Woo! Big dough money. I'll tell you one thing. I was very upset. I think it was Tuesday. Yeah. Monday night, I almost took that short at 25,000. And I didn't take it because I went out to walk my dog with my wife. And I said, if I take this, I will not sleep. Well, oh my God, that would have been a year's worth of salary. Easily. A very good salary for a year's worth. So I was very, very upset about that. And that would be the A+ setup that we talked about. Okay, here we go. Squeezy. All right, so let's watch this 25,000 to 25,020. So I'd say, yeah, maybe the sort of 15, somewhere around that. All right, so they're bidding off this level that we talked about. That's why you do not get shortened down here. I don't know who asked, shall I put a micro on? I said, no, that's why. All right, and here is the test back towards this kind of level here. Now, this is where the old H1 low was where? 15s. All right, so the old H1 low for 11. What have we just moved into? 12. Well, that looks off. Here. There we go. So if we protect that, lows. If we reclaim that, watch out. ES rejecting PDC so far. Vic's starting to base out here as well. I'm going to sit with you here all the time. The volatilities here. I'm interested in if it sets something up. NVTS, another day up. Fuck me, man. Honestly, would not be surprised if we keep rotating range until we're through earnings. Oh, come on, H1. Get up and then let me see something. What's the bet the market goes to sleep now? Either get up or get down. Don't sit in no man's land. Otherwise, I'm getting off stream. Did we check 25k? We're just shy of it. Yeah. Please don't just sit here, for God's sake. The volatility is really nice. Let's not just sit here, please. They're just going to dance, aren't they? All lunch now. No, maybe not. Okay. Well, it's a shame we didn't get through 25k to 2520. That would be where I'd like to see the H1 make a lower high in a transition. Tell you what, let me pee and I'll be right back. Let me pee, I'll be right back. Okay, what are we getting here? NGU, I've been watching you since last week. I have not seen you make a single mistake on your strategies. Need to buy the course and get into your Discord. Patience is key. You're welcome, bud. All right, you can see this battleground down here playing out. What I'd be looking for really is like a pullback in here and waiting to see if H1 rejects this level for a continuation lower. If we don't reject that level and we get acceptance back inside, then you have to assume the battleground stays held by buyers and this still becomes available. So that's why this is so key here. And you're into lighter trading. You've got slight volume node here. It's sort of 87s and here. So building out volume here. If they break this, we trade lower. If they break this, we trade higher, right? Very much like yesterday. If we leave trap participants here, it might take a while to build out in lunch. I don't know. VIX is still holding though. You see what I said earlier? VIX holding those 5-minute flow zones and PDC was very, very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Now imagine you were a trader this morning who didn't understand that this was the target and you kept trying to long here and you're ignoring everything here. You're going to get caught in one of these, right? You have to understand the targets, what the market's trying to do. We're in a rotational market. All we're doing is back testing. Back test supply. Oh, bloody hell happened there. Back test supply, back test potential area of interest. Fail this, we'd probably back test one of these levels, right? And remember, that is available and absolutely fine and will still stay in the profile, which is gross, but that's how big the profile is at the moment, right? We're not trading in 20, 30 point swings. We're trading in 300 point swings. They're trying to come and back test, like we talked about, that H1. They're desperate to get somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. I don't like that they've left that flat. So we want to see, oi, trading view, behave. We want to see something like that and then a decision, right? Decision here. It might not happen during lunch, but I'm quite happy chilling here with you for a bit. If you guys want to hang around, it's up to you. If you guys want to get off, if me getting off helps you get off, I'll get off. If you've made your money, we can go. You want me to close the stream down, guys? So you walk away for the day. We're still back testing. Did they sweep that time? Still didn't sweep. Still didn't get 25k sweep. Look at these 40-point swings. They're big. Big aggressive swings here. There's high time frame low algo. I think a new low day is probably going to come here. See if they protect that point control again. So look at the H1. What we've just done. Why this is important. All right, we traded back into try and back test this area. All right, break down, back test, stay heavy. It's what we talked about. We can come and clean out some of these. That's what it's trying to do at the moment. I would have liked a little bit of a further drive up, if I'm honest, than what we just did. We've left lots of stops up here. Would have liked this to get into here with a firm reaction. And a 2-leg would have been nice, right? 1, 2, and then fail. We don't always get exactly what we want. That's the other thing to know with the market. We don't get exactly what we want. Scott, you still short? You little beast. You're just slamming this short for the move all the way down. I know you are. You absolute animal. Oh, you're out. All right, PDC coming here, folks. Gap about to be filled here. Like I said, felt like a new low day coming. Gap about to be filled here. Expect some covering into this. If they fail this, we go Globex. There you go, gap filled. Gap filled, so objective complete. Only objective left on NQ now would be Globex, which it might just wash down into. Boo! There you go. So there's your gap fill. Oh, I wish this just peaked a little bit higher. Would have been in this up 100 points. Globex coming. So after Globex, previous day value area low. Lots of stops down here. Absorption took place down here, 874, 70 to 50 basically yesterday. That's where they absorbed. That relentless buyer on the tape, that's where he was. Carbon copy of yesterday. Wow. It's actually very rare that you see this 2 days in a row. Carbon copy. Previous day high, supply, failure, liquidation, Globex. After Globex, walked up. Watch the beginning of this video this morning. We talk about this, leaving everyone in. Watch the beginning of yesterday's video. Did I just move something? We'll be careful. There we go. Beginning of yesterday's video, same thing. Globex walk up. Previous day high, liquidation. It's exactly the same. It's literally carbon copy. Look, carbon copy. Mad. Globex, it's the overnight session. All right, reclaiming PDC. Left Globex untouched there. Done a lot of damage though. Let me check these swings. Did we take this guy out? Yes, so the only guy we left intact. Anyone who bid 840 last night is intact. Everyone else got washed out. Double bottom there at 895 though, I must say. But into that area of interest. All right, into this area of interest. So we just talked about it. The H1 makes a lower high, which happened here, followed by a lower low, which happened here. We'll attack these stops, which happened here. Okay, the question now is if there's follow through. If there's a lack of follow through, right down to here, and they reclaim this, what happens? Shorts get trapped in this same area. Where did people get stuck yesterday? Well, a bit lower, to be honest. But we've completed a big move. You'd need, what I'd look for now is liquidity to be built out here. If we're really thinking a new weekly low next week, you'd want liquidity to be built out here, wouldn't you? Right? We wouldn't just want a straight dump. I mean, it can do it. It's just going to make it hard to trade. So if they've completed swings, if we think about this, and this is a giant bear flag, and all we wanted to do was back test this, right? Then we're going to need liquidity built out. And we're going to need a series of hourly lower highs and lower lows to come down to clean up all of this. All right, and this is an area which they might want to hold and bid off. We don't know. They might not even get down there, folks. If they complete this swing and hold up here, then we're biased to upside. That's why we have to be flexible right now, because the time frames are not aligning, right? Just zoom out, look at this. Big sell. There's your swing. Yes, high, low, high, low, high, low. High, 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 high. But where's your swing? Here's your swing. This is protected. We're bearish, technically on an H1. This is a pullback, technically on an H1. we build liquidity here, a whole different ball game. All right, but if you go to a daily and a weekly, we're bullish. All right, and if you go underneath an H1, we're just moving constantly from bullish to bearish, bearish to bullish, non-stop, non-stop, non-stop. Asia low next, yeah, it's possible, JJ. I wouldn't be short here looking for it, but it's possible that this is the next level. But it's taken every stop out of Asia other than one. So if you actually look at the Asia, the moves in Asia, the swings, we've just taken every stop out other than those traders who bought that dip at 8:40 in the morning. Every other stop's been taken. It's just the only player left in Globex to be taken out. There's only one player left. We've taken them all out. So the low hanging fruit, we've done so much damage in this swing down. Thanks, Alvaro. Okay, so coming to back test, previous day point of control. Remember, we're just in yesterday's value. Yesterday's value is pretty big. All right, yesterday's value is basically 25,050. You can call it down to 24,800. There's a big swing, like we keep talking about, 300 points worth of range rotation. They are big swings when we move. We're nothing more than that. VIX is coming right up to previous day high right now. Oh my gosh, if we break out of that, I dread to think what can happen. Let me zoom out of that to see what's next. We have a supply block up at 23s, basically, just shy of 23. So if we break out a previous day high, maybe we can go up to 23s. Ooh, it looks dangerous. I'd be very scared right now if I was bullish. This looked like a big meltdown for Globex. There are bulls here on the tape. They are fucking mental. You are mental cases trying to bid against this, honestly. So rejecting previous day point of control, Globex the next low hanging fruit, and then previous day value area low at 800. I would say previous day point of control is your first over under. Here comes Globex, I think. They might snap this any second now. And if they get really heavy, we're going to go previous day value area low. Here comes Globex, folks. If we get under Globex, we're going previous day value area low. You just need a little bit more for Globex, almost there. All right, there's your TP. Hold runners now in case you go previous day value area low, which will be here. So expect some covering here and a snap. If they snap, will be into previous day value area low. The swing point from yesterday's low, I'm going to have to double check that. Make sure I've got it marked. Yes, was here. Okay, let's do another block here because they do find some bid support in here. All right, so if you took those shorts versus 25K, or if you took this when I had to speak to was that the builder when he came? What a pain in the bum that was. All right, these are your only targets left. We have literally rinse repeated yesterday. All right, you should have been taking profit into this move. Did any of you get this short? Hopefully some of you got it. Hopefully some of you got it. And you can see this bid off Globex right now. VIX is going. VIX is going. All right, it's going for that weekly high right now. If it takes out 23s, woohoo! Market's going to be mega sell. Nice, guys. Got it all out at PDC. That's still a great trade, Array. Great work. Great work. So we've had upside and downside today. It's been really nice. Volatility still here. I'll stick here all the time. There's volatility. I would like to turn these lights down. It's pretty painful. 200 points short. Nice, mate. Very good. Very good. Nice, Priska. Oh, you're on a heater, Priska. I love it. Love it, Priska. You are on an absolute heater right now. All right, VIX going for that weekly high at the moment. VIX is going for that weekly high. We have some bids trying to fly in here. Do not get short at the low of day. You're either in this as a runner or you're not in at all. All right. Now was good, before was terrible. What, earlier today? Well, are you green on the day, Priska? That's all that matters, is that the last trade was good. You built your confidence. Hopefully you're not too red. If you're green on the day, fantastic. There's another green day under your belt. So those of you asking earlier, what time frame do I trade? Does that H1 make sense to you? Hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. That H1 was absolutely key, wasn't it? H1 pivot. Next stop run would be 45. So I'd be watching these stops into 45s if they continue. If they keep selling this 45s. So we have got a set of stops. So I'll try and draw it on for you. Let's just put this on. They might want to protect this. It's possible because they used this stop level as a sweep yesterday. So they might want to protect this. I do not know. Here comes 45s. Very heavy. VIX breaking. VIX breaking upside. Here's previous day value area low. You must take profit into this. 5-day moving average coming up on SPY. Previous day value area low coming up. You must take some profit into this. This is the edge of value from yesterday. They can bid up off this if they want to maintain value from yesterday. Be very careful, please. Make sure you are paying yourself some money. There's the bid up. So here's the covering in here. So we sweat this guy. This guy can get out the way. Big levels down here. It's where we found bids. Okay, this is where we found bids. What was that swing point to yesterday? Was that Tuesday? Halfway of the wick, 664. There's previous day value. All right, so inside yesterday's range. Be aware. This is yesterday's range. If they want to rotate back, they will do this move. I don't know what they're going to do. Only thing left is down here now. We're getting thin on these moves. VIX is gapping up and breaking out here, folks. It is absolutely gunning some. So bulls, well, now we know how big that supply level was up there. They absolutely have taken control at that level, haven't they? They've taken control of that level. We are due some relief here, though. You must not be chasing this. That does not mean you try and catch a knife. The last thing you want to do is catch a knife here. But we should be due some relief on this. This has been a big, big wash down. Just like yesterday. And this time VIX is absolutely running. It is running. Trying to see if there's any news. Previous day value area low being rechecked here again, folks. They're selling through it again. We're gonna go to previous day low. Are we gonna go to previous day low? Here's previous day open coming up. Oh my god, we're gonna go to previous day low at the moment. Previous day open right here, right now. That's at 52s. Yeah, Ken. It's mad, isn't it? We've talked about it every time. 25k, 700, 750, 700. 25k, 750, 700. 25k, 20... Rotation, 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 rotation. What type of thing would I look for a point to go long? Well, a sentiment shift. I mean, this is a very heavy sell. I personally wouldn't be thinking long on this, but like if we did something like we came down, we took this low, we trapped delta and sellers down here, we had excess, we pulled back, we held this and we started to build, yes, maybe, but then you better know that this is counter trend and they can reject this very hard. All right, go back. I mean, I think you've just joined us, Contorted, but go back to the very, 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 very beginning of this video. All right. The very beginning of today. What was the objective? What did I say could happen once we hit up here? It can be the top of an H1 swing. Think about what we said. Maybe you're just joining this channel for the first time today. Maybe you're joining late. We talked about this can be a big bear flag versus this level here. Every time we've come up, failed. Swing high, failed. Swing high, failed. We're back into this. If we start trading backside on this, we will come back down here. All right. If we put in lower highs and lower lows, H1, we will come back down here. I would not be surprised if we do that for a new weekly low next week. Not this week, next week. Stats would suggest that will happen next week. If we reclaim this, yes, then I'm bullish. But until then, at this point, if we reject up here, it's starting to look much more bearish. But we've got to be careful. You don't want to be get short in the hole down here. Every time we've come down to these levels, there's been a big old absorber on the tape. But maybe he was just absorbing it to get that rotation back up to the supply level, which we hit today. $20K. You want, mate, 20K? Oh, Jesus, man. I don't think we're going to get 20K. You can't mean 20K. Surely that's a typo there. You think we're going to trade to 20,000? Okay. Guess what we held? 750s. 750s. Finding a bounce at 750. So we fell 25,000 to 750. I cannot believe how many times they're going to do this rotation. ES has not taken previous day low yet. All right. ES and spiders have not taken previous day low yet. Qs have not taken previous day low yet. We just swiped up all the way into the top block at 24.18. I have a block up there on the VIX. We got stuck. We're pulling back off it. We need some relief in the market, right? Even if we're going to trade downside, we want to see this market give us relief upside. Even if we want to come down here, we need some relief. We desperately need some relief in this market. We are not going to short the lows. No, Evan, I'm not playing long scalps. No way, man. I mean, each to their own, but there's no shift here. There's no reason for me to play a long scalp back up. This is the worst trade in the book right now. You're going against the heavy momentum. I'd rather let the squeeze happen if they're going to squeeze, and then I'll play the backside if they want to play further downside. I do not play counter trend against moves like this. I will consider it if we reclaim some big levels, but probably not. But each to their own. That doesn't mean you can't do it, but each to their own. I want to see some kind of relief here. Into that next block, we're at previous day value area low. And it's hard to see all this getting so extended. Where do we get thin? We get very thin, 840 to 877. You can see this. All right, we lack structure in here. Very, very thin. So maybe sellers protect that. If they don't protect that, we're going to gut check these areas. And I would go as far as saying this now becomes a pretty good under over. I think we can refine that a bit. I might have to redraw it actually. It's rejecting previous day value at the moment. Let's just draw this on here. VIX has got a gap fill it can do lower now. If it wants to pull back, give us some relief, fill that gap for that 5-minute gap up, that balance it had. We've got low hanging fruit below if we want to go for previous day low. But like we said, we did find bid support here yesterday. Why is this here? Yesterday on that big wash, if we think about this action, you would have seen me draw this on not long ago. All right, here's the low. But where do buyers come in and firm up? Here. All right, that's where buyers came back in yesterday. Back to here. So it's not surprising to see us bidding off this right now. It's where they bid up off yesterday. Doesn't mean they're going to be able to hold it, but that's where the cover point is and where they're trying to bid up off. Like I said, very thin in here right now. Very, very thin. 38. So it's like 30-point thin range up there. No, I'm not playing long. There's just no way. I'm not playing long. Look at the momentum. Look at the momentum. Did we hit our target this morning? Is this really big selling? Do I want to try and get a piece of this, or am I better to wait for it to finish and maybe do this, and maybe do this, and maybe do this? I know what I want to play. I want to play the strong move. We hit the target. I've got no reason to think we're going back up anywhere near that anymore. I couldn't give a monkeys if we drift 100 points higher right now. I'm going to wait. I want easy money. Easy money is whale moves. Where are the whales? I want to trade with the whales. What are they doing? They are not buying right now. They are not buying right now. $750, $750, $750, $750. I mean, we're in a range. Even this range here is like 50, 60 points big. This sort of range down here. It's not small. Previous day open here. Rechecking this level. Do they sell through this again? If they sell through this again, do they go previous day low? It's not out the question. It isn't out the question. It's kind of wild to do that without a bigger gut check higher first. But it's not out the question. We can't rule it out. It's an absorber here. You can see him 750. Came back in again. He's trying to absorb the tape there. So recheck the low. Found a bid. Swept the low. Found the bid. Back to previous day value. And they might shove this. Like we said, they're due some retracement. And it's a big move. Look at the ATR. Woo! That is not a joke. How many shorts just got trapped down there? Probably quite a lot again. When does this squeeze end? It can go very, very far if it wants. Think about, we just said we're very thin into here, sort of 40s. 40s up to 70s is very thin, folks. 40s up to 70s is very thin. Reclaiming previous day value area low. This would be key now. If bids come back in here, they can go for a re-squeeze higher. If they don't come back in here, maybe they shift lower back down to previous day low. This would be key now how they operate, I would say. Rejecting flow zones. Here's your under over. Oh, what's that little pivot there? 84s. Did we trade into low vol? We just missed that low vol. I want a retracement higher. I don't mind looking at a short here if we can retrace higher. So this is kind of under over for the first level. Can we expand into here and find failure? Expand into this sort of gap here, this low vol in here. Come on, TradingView, you're being annoying now. Can we do something like this? And is there a failure back down into here? If we reclaim this, there'd be a squeeze. I'm not going to play the squeeze up. I'm not interested in the squeeze up. I know we've squeezed from here the last 2 days. I'm not playing that squeeze up. Because we've revisited this numerous times now. Difference today is VIX is really gunning. Yeah, starting to grow. People starting to understand that I teach for here for free versus some of the other channels, which probably don't give you that much edge. How long we got to a new hour? Ooh, only 15 minutes. We can bid up on that new hour. Scary, 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 scary. We need to bid up for me to be really interested in going for previous day low. Stalling out here. Right at that previous day value area low. This is a massive level. It's a blue box. We bid up off here yesterday. This was the first high low yesterday after that big liquidation. I'm not convinced we're bidding up off here today. They're just going to liquidate now. It looks like it, doesn't it? If we make a new low here, we're going previous day low. I'm just wondering how much I'm thinking about sizing in or not. Please come higher first, market. VIX starting to try and flag and go. If VIX starts going, oh my gosh. Please come higher first. You didn't even get into the low vol. No, Evan. I want a retracement into here to get short. I want a retracement into there to get short. It's just not giving it. We're going to go previous day low. It's going to snap. And I'm not going to be able to get a piece. Mother clucker. You mother clucker. Got it. New to the channel. Glad I found this. Nice. Welcome, Evan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we don't chase the lows. If it goes without us, it's just what it is. Like most people were short here, Evan, if you're just joining. Okay, so we don't want to get short into this area down here. So we need retracements really to get short into. It's going, like I said, it's going to just do it. It's gunning for it. All right, ES is about to hit it. So if you are still in short, you got to take some partials as ES starts to come into this low. VIX is about to break out here. Do not be surprised if we see some bids come in here as VIX goes for a breakout and ES comes into that previous day low. You know they mean it when they don't do pullbacks. Yeah, exactly. Very shallow pullbacks. I mean, we did do a 2-leg. All I wanted was this here. All right. All I wanted was that there to come down for that. That's all I wanted. This here for this would be very, very nice. This is where we bid off yesterday. Remember this blue box? This is the low from yesterday. No. Who's saying that? Rain. No, 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 no. Stop playing reversals, guessing a bottom. What are you doing? No. No reason to get long. Tell me the reason to get long. No, 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 no. No guessing bottoms, please, my friend. Easiest way to get yourself killed in the market, all right? Guess bottoms, guess tops. Guess you're going to be crying at night is what I would say, all right? So just, we will play. If there's a shift and it feels obvious, we'll play it. But right now, we're very, very heavy. Momentum's very, very big to the downside. There's absolutely no reason to be thinking about a long in this market right now. We hit our target. Our daily and weekly target this morning was hit. All right, we're trading very, very heavy because all this market wanted to do was backtest that level. Clearly, it's made it very clear this morning by hitting our level that we backtested it and we've gone, no, fuck you, we're going down. All right, that's what the market makers have said. There you go, Troy saying, that's how I used to get crushed before I found Alex, picking tops and bottoms, yeah. All right, look at the flow zones. Red, big red flow zones. All right, if I put the indicator on, I took it off this morning because it was going to be firing all over my screen. But look, buy, sell, all right? There's no buy coming in. We're not in a buy. We're in a sell from the initial balance, all right? The left buyers trapped above here. Sell, pullback, sell, pullback, sell. We want a pullback to potentially sell. Where would the pivot happen? Well, if we reclaim that, yes, maybe. But, you know, we did do that yesterday, so I'm not going to rule it out. I'm not going to rule it out, but today feels like a little bit different because we hit our target. Maybe in 10 minutes, if we can get that drift up in 10 minutes for that new H1, maybe we'll get something, folks. We did bid off here yesterday. I'm not denying that, but I'm not interested. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. The more this can squeeze up, the better. The more it might offer a retest. We tried to, those in Discord, we looked for it yesterday. That retest. It didn't come. They just went straight squeeze. Here we go, into that low vol. Get going. Get going. Let's see if we can see some backside. I want to be careful of the H1. Remember what the H1 looked like down here yesterday. So what is that back testing level? Somewhere into the edge of 912s would be really interesting. Where do we get thick here? Globex. H1 sort of 912-ish. Up to what? 55s. All right, up you get, sunshine. Get up. Let's get balls flying in here, please. Not me, just other people. Up, 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 up. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. What's the edge of this? Where do we get a bit thicker? Not really getting any thicker. This is so thin on this wash. So repricing this wash into this kind of level I'm interested in. I want to see if we shift down now. Perking my interest where we are because we've repriced into that thin liquidity. Do not want it. If it bases out here, I'm not interested. We can afford a second leg. Remember, this is leg one. We can afford a second leg. We've had a big wash. We can afford a second leg up before we fail. No way, Peter. Really? For fuck's sake. I got an announcement. The announcement is, I just ruined your trading day. I took all your money, I dumped it, and then I bought it back up. China. We're in a war with China. Fuck your stocks. Yeah, exactly. My son just made $1 gazillion trading crypto in your liquidation. Thank you very much. Buy my new Trump watch. Buy my new Trump coin. Fuck you. You know, Kamala wanted to make it go up. She couldn't make it go up. She couldn't even make a man's dick go up, Kamala. Oh, you gotta love it. Comedy special. I love it. Absolutely love it. All right, it's trying to reclaim previous day value very low. We're still trading in this low node. We have to be aware. All right, we're building out liquidity here. All right, this is where we're starting to build out liquidity. Same spot as yesterday. All right, I'd like to see a two leg, and I want to see if there's failure. If there's no failure, then there's no backside to play. What would failure look like? All right, we'd like to see a two leg and something like this to play backside, and then we can cover some here, and we can hold runners for this. All right, if we just go straight reclaim, if we go V-shape reclaim like yesterday and chop in here, then just like yesterday afternoon, there'd be no trade to be had. The rotation is clear. What's the rotation, folks? Anyone who's been here all week, anyone who's read the newsletter, 25,000 to 700 or 750. That's your rotational range. That is the rotational range. The Trump Bible. I did read this morning, but Bible sales are up 40% since he got in. And who produces the Bible? So that's a genuine question. I genuinely don't know, because I know there's lots of different editions. But is it like the same as book owners, or does that money go to like the church? Like, I genuinely have no idea. That's a genuine question. Is not me being a dick. Genuinely don't know. I don't think the Vatican needs any more money. Do you? I really don't. They've got to be the richest lot in Rome. Have you seen the Swiss guards? Like, dressed in gold? You seen how much gold's worth? So publishers, so like Oxford and stuff like that, same kind of publishers. I don't know what the publishers are. Oxford, Penguin, I don't know, something like that. Okay, is a squeeze through that thin liquidity. All right, here's Globex. So there was a pivot here. So sweep of this. Again, I'm not playing the longs, but here's your pivot. Sweep of this. Based over, holding, starting to move upside to fill in some of this. Value's all the way up here. If we trade sideways here, I'm not flipping touching it. That is exactly we have done an identical move. Fail the high, all the way back down, bidding off that same area. If we come back here on a V shape and do this the rest of the day, there's no trade to be had. That's exactly what we did yesterday. Failed after taking previous day high, trap the buyers, Dumperama, V-shaped recovery, sideways. We don't want to do that. We don't want to trade sideways in that same range. There's nothing to do if we do that. I'm watching back test up here, PDC. What is this? This has got to go away. I don't know what that is. PDC, POC from yesterday. Deep flow zone pullbacks coming here. Squeezing out here. So all the late shorts got trapped down here. That's why we don't short the lows. And we want to see if we can get some form of backside move. Do they offer some form of backside move for a retest towards previous day value area low? And if we get lucky, previous day low. Right, do they offer that? We don't know if they offer that. VIX now filling that gap we just talked about. So VIX coming back down to its 5-minute flow zones. It's filling its gap for that volume imbalance gap up it had. So let's see. If VIX finds a bid here, sort of 23-ish, it'll be interesting. If it can't find a bid and it just flushes all the way back in past previous day high, then we're going to go into that chop zone again, which would be unfortunate. It means there's no play for the retest of the low. But we will see, folks. This just reminds me of yesterday so much right now. What I might do is just stick an anchor off the low. You're going to wake up, TradingView. Anchor off the low, and let's do an anchor off the high. We're going to trade back to value. Seriously? Probably are. Probably going to trade back to 64s here. Into that chop range. Well, that is unfortunate. We're going to have nothing to play with if we come back up all the way into that. If they want to retest that sell anchor. Yeah, into here, 64, so anchor off the high. It really leaves us with nothing to do if we do that. It will be really annoying. Yeah, 25,000. Can you imagine? Back to 25,000 again. I can imagine it, unfortunately. I wish I couldn't imagine it. I can imagine it. All right, VIX now filled that gap, trading back down to previous day high. Are you joking, market? Are we going to do identical move to yesterday? Is that what we're going to do? Are we just doing repeats now? That's what we're doing. We're just repeating stuff. So 25K, 750, 25K. Please, no. Please, God, no. We want backside. We want to see failures before then. Reclaiming. PDC here. Oh, gosh. These shorts are about to get cooked if they start squeezing through PDC and POC. I can't believe we're doing identical moves, but we are. That's 200 points off the lows already in, what, 10 minutes? Just over 10 minutes? just straight up. We just go straight up. No, straight up. We've decided. We've hit 750. Back to 25k, please. We get to 25k. No, back to 750. Let's keep doing a day's worth of action in 10 minutes. These are nutcases. The volatility on the options must be insane right now for OPEX. Absolutely insane. So back to PDC here. ES nowhere near PDC. Nowhere near PDC. VIX at that previous day high. Man, what a wild few days. Yeah, previous day high VIX, exactly. Wild few days. I literally think we're going to get a rinse repeat of yesterday at the moment. I really don't want to get a rinse repeat of yesterday. I want to get lower prices today. I want to get, only because I want to get out of the range. I want to get out of that range. But I don't think we're going to do it. I think we're going to copy exactly the same as yesterday. Where's this level? Been here. Up to 58. Dangerous. We reclaim value. Dangerous. Dangerous through 25. Look how quickly we can move up another 50 points. ATR absolutely wild right now. 31 points per M1. What is amazing is, like yesterday, if they don't come back down and retest that, if they don't, if yesterday was the same, we went straight up and just did this. If they don't come back down and retest that, it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. $25 100. I don't think so, but where's that? I don't think we get back up to 100. We should retest towards the low. That's what we should do. It's what it should have done yesterday. It didn't. We've left low-hanging fruit down there. It's what we should do. It doesn't mean we do it. Okay, we're starting to see that backside move off PDC. Now, you're going to need to see sellers start to take control here and produce lower highs and lower lows. This can just be a pullback right now, but we want some form of bull trap to get into if we think we're going to start moving lower. It's pretty hard to be convinced of that given how we've just moved. I'd watch that low volume if we flip that low volume again. Okay, we're starting to see selling coming in here. I want to see us trade all the way down now. I want to see us go to previous day low. I want shorts to get absolutely take control here at the highs and bulls to get murdered. So can we fade pops here? Can we fade pops here is the question. Can we get to previous day low? Watching flow zones here carefully. Nice. Please pop up a little bit. We're going straight selling, are we? Right, this is the old volume imbalance here. Need it to go sideways for a minute and then pop up and fail into 900 and just above. If it holds this, need to be careful. This is the old imbalance. And this is also Globex reclaiming. And we've got this here. Need to zoom in on this. I wish I could get this volume over this side. It's fucking annoying. There's no way of doing that, is there? I wish we could put it the other side. It's really annoying that it has to be over there. Okay, so this was kind of move. And I want to see now if 900, 908 kind of level fails. All right, for a backside fail back towards those lows. That's what I'm looking for. We left previous day low. VIX starting to find a bid off previous day high. We want pop-ups and we want backside fails. And then we're going to look for previous day low if possible. You're going to just slam it. You motherfucker. Please, pop up. Give me a pop-up to short, please, please. Please, I want some size on this. Come on. This was all drawn out beforehand. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. I don't want to chase in this volume imbalance. Get up first. I want to see if we fail into 906s. Let me check the book. Please stop adding above. Okay, good. He's pulled his order. All right, got to be careful. This is the old imbalance. In here. Here. What I want to see is this and then a series like this. I want to be careful of this VWAP. Very careful of this VWAP. That's the VWAP off the lows. This is the control point for buyers who took control of that low. I'm thinking that if we get acceptance back down, we're going to wash previous day low and then we can really, really, really get heavy. Look at VIX. I want VIX to keep going here. I want to be very careful if we just keep absorbing in front of what's that sort of 30 to 805s. All right, 30 to 805s. I want to be careful if we absorb that. Come on, baby. Let's go for previous day low. Get this drawn in. So we're looking for the backside here. I want to be very careful. You can take, if you're already in this of PDC, you can take partials into this level. I really want to see previous day low. I want to see previous day low. I want to see us use all the liquidity we built to go lower. But if we keep respecting 830 and absorbing in front of it, we've got to be careful. Because that's where shorts got trapped. But if we use the buyer's liquidity in there, we will take previous day low. Very whippy here, folks. It's a battle. It is a battle. We were looking for that break. Come on, break down, be kind, be kind, be kind. Yeah. Come on, motherfuckers. Let's go. Give me PDL. Fuck you. Beast. Beast. Partial here, please, into 30. Give me fucking previous day low. Got to take a partial here, like we said. Have to respect that 30s. Because why? Because this is where we broke out from. We know shorts are stuck under here. If we get acceptance under here, we will really rotate, all right? This will become available. This can still hold on a pullback to go higher. We can still have a second leg. So I'm taking partial here and I'm seeing if we can get acceptance lower. Fuck yeah. All right, watching ES into the same pivot as well. Be careful. And the 5-day. Still think we can go lower. I think today might be the day that bulls find out what happens when you keep bidding 750, 750, 750, 750, and eventually, if that absorber isn't here, 750s becomes, I don't know what it becomes. It becomes 650s, and then it becomes 550s, and then it becomes 450s very quickly. All right, let's see. If they drive in here and fail, I'll add. If they drive into 900 and fail, I'll add. If they hold, I'm out. There's the drive into 900, waiting to see if they fail now for backside. If they fail this, I'll add. If they hold this, I'll be out versus PDC. I locked in some really nice money on that drive down. Why is the book just thinned? There we go. That got very thin. Let me just check news here. Very thin. That's a nice drive in failing 900. If we get lower high, lower low, then I feel very confident at previous day low. Any pivot through 900, I'm out. If they reclaim 900, I'm out. If we make lower high, lower low here, lower high, lower low here, I feel very confident that we come down here. If we make lower high, lower low, we are coming down here. If we reclaim this, I am out. All right, to make that very, very, very clear. This is a sensitive area. You can see it. Very sensitive area. Here's 900. No close above yet. Watching PDC. They can go second leg higher like we talked about. They're welcome to do that. I will not fight them. I'm not fighting the tape. All right, we locked in really good money on that flush back down to 30. It might not seem like much, but that was basically 60, 70 points. There's a 900 reloader. They just wrecked him there. 100 lot just got filled. Man, this book's gone real weird real quick. Let me move over to this. Wow. Where's everyone gone? Hello, wakey wakey participants. Where are you? Got very thin here, folks. Be careful. Look at these. If you look at the orders on the side, you're looking at 3 lots, 4 lots. Like, everyone's scared. Buyers don't want to buy. Shorts don't want to short. Normally, when you're scared is a good trade. It's normally kind of how it is. I'm from the future, John. I just understand structure. It's all it is, and I'm not greedy. Don't think I always get it right. I get it wrong, and I say when I get it wrong. We've had it wrong on stream before, and I just put my hands up and say, "Wow, fucking wrong read there. Eat the loss." I'll happily eat losses. No problem eating losses. Here we go. They've got to make their mind up. It's sensitive. God, we've been on stream for so long now. Anyone new here joining for the first time? We were long this morning for the drive up, for the test, and we're short fading the backside. I missed key area because I had to deal with someone at the door, but most people absolutely nailing this. Big, big levels here, folks. If they start letting go, I'm telling you, I would be very scared to be a bull here if they start putting lower, high, lower, low in. We're still under PDC. We're protecting previous day's point of control, but we're inside yesterday's value. It's worth noting we are inside of yesterday's value. We can rotate. And you guys know those rotation levels. All right. More pain would be nice. Yeah, more pain would be nice. But yeah, it doesn't have to do anything. So we mustn't be too biased. You know what I'd like, but if it doesn't do it, it doesn't do it. I'd love like a big, big winner today where I can sit in it and let it just go 200, 300, 400 points. That'd be fucking awesome. Pardon my French. Stop swearing, Alex. Stop swearing. Be careful here. Be careful here. Don't like what I'm seeing here on the tape. The bid just comes straight back in. All right, I'm out of this. I can always get back in. So out BE on the runner, but we caught a big part of the flush. So entry from sort of 01s down to 26s. It's pretty good out here. If we reject, can always get back in. Remember, folks, can always get back in. Starting to see them sellers coming back in there. It's a big, big, big level here. Yeah, on a 2 minute, but like all you have to do is go up a slight time frame, and you'll see we're trading right into 5 minute. We're trading right into a shelf. We can get thin through here, 38s up to 66s. So I know we've got liquidity all the way up here. So that's why I'm not going to fight this. We can come up into this block here, and this can still be a 2-leg, and we can still fail up here to come lower later. What I don't want to see happen is what we did yesterday. That becomes untradeable. Where's the volume gone? If I move this onto this, is it looking the same? Pretty good. I'm going to do that. Make sure this doesn't move. It's looking pretty good. Okay, we can use that for a bit. No, see, this is the problem. They need to do this the other side, honestly. Fucking annoying. Trump speaking about Putin, is he? What's he going to say? We got big news. He's moving out He's leaving Ukraine. I told you I'd get it sorted. We're calling it peace in Prussia. All right, what's he actually saying? British Labour Party plummets historic low, only 15% in the latest poll. That's because they're fucking useless, lying, bastard pricks. Get them the fuck out of our government. Absolute joke. Stop swearing, Alex. Money in the jar again. Right. Trump on Putin call was productive. They agreed to convey a meeting of high-level staff next week. Okay, so they're just going to meet next week. That's all that is. How did I flip it? I didn't. I used VRVP. All right, but the problem is if you zoom in, VRVP will only show you the volume of what you've zoomed in for. So unfortunately, if I come down to here, which is what I want to do, this will shift. All right, and that's the problem. All right, and it's frustrating, man. It's really frustrating because I'd like this to be showing the other side. It makes no sense. We want that to be over here. I don't think there's a way of doing it. Maybe I'll have to design my own one, get it coded somehow. You can move it in settings. I can't move it. Where? Show me. Style, values, play. Oh, no, that's not good either. We want it further right. Well, it's not the worst, but we want it over here. We don't want it on the candles. I mean, I guess it's better. Is that better? It's still pretty piss poor, that. Why can't they move it over here? Is there an offset? Let's have a look. You guys are clever. Should listen to you, shouldn't I? Inputs. Visibility. Can't see an offset. Coordinates. No. I can decrease the opacity. Yeah, we can decrease that. But it's still going to be putting it in the wrong area. It's better. It's not great, but it's better. Thank you, though. Eric, that was very kind of you. Thank you, my friend, for telling me. I appreciate you guys. What a long stream. Well, we're having fun. I'll stay here. Yeah, I'll design my own, Peter. I'll get a coder on it because that is. Why can't we just have it here? So simple. What I want to do is have this and then have this delta that we have at the bottom. Right. I want this here as well. Right, so we can see when there's delta really badly placed positioned here for that trade up, for example, which we didn't. Yeah, we actually did have a little piece, but it wasn't too bad. Okay, so maybe second leg, and maybe then we can get a trap and a failure back down, ideally. I'm not interested in the longs. You might be like, why is he not playing longs? I'm just not interested in them. We've just liquidated a lot of longs. We've hit the target. I will not consider shorts if we start reclaiming value, but yeah, we're outside of IB. We're outside of IB. We're outside of value. We failed on supply. I'm expecting something like this. I don't know where it's going to finish, but that's what I'm expecting. If it doesn't do it, and it does yesterday again, we get no trade. We trade what we get. We can't get dictate. Maybe it comes up to this anchored VWAP off the high. It's a flipping insane move, that. Off the low. Let me check the bid. Is that bid warrior in here again? It's exactly the same spot as yesterday. So it probably is that same guy with the endless bid. So it was a good cut, that. Once it couldn't fail anymore, that was a good cut. Oh, if you try and chat GPT it, most of the time it gets it wrong. You have to go backwards and forwards for hours. Hours and hours and hours. Trump thinks it's still possible to get Putin and Zelensky together. Well, very much. Well, I mean, maybe. Seems unlikely. I was Zelensky, I'd want to take a gun and put a bullet straight through the guy's head if he killed so many innocent people. So I'm not sure putting them in a room together is a good idea. I'm just reading the Trump comments here. I've concluded my telephone conversation with President Vladimir Putin of Russia, and it was a very productive one. Here's a squeeze, folks. There's that anchor. He congratulated me on the United States and the great accomplishment of the peace in the Middle East, something that I said has been dreamt of for centuries, and I actually believe that the success of the Middle East will help our negotiations with attaining the end of the war in Russia and Ukraine. President Putin thanked the First Lady, Milena, for her involvement with the children. He was very appreciative and said this will continue. We also spent a great deal of time talking about the trade between Russia and the United States when the war in the Ukraine is over. At the conclusion of the call, we agreed that there will be a meeting of the high-level advisors next week. The United States initial meetings will be led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, together with the various other people to be designated. A meeting location to be determined. He's starting to see some failure up here on that squeeze. President Putin and I will put in an agreed meeting upon location Budapest, Hungary, to see if we bring in various inglorious war. Bring this various inglorious war between Russia and Ukraine to an end. Zelensky and I will be meeting tomorrow in the Oval Office to discuss my conversation with Putin and much more. I believe a great progress was made today. There you go. All right, still wait and see if we can see backside here. Are they going to give us backside? I don't want to get too attached to it because it's very possible that they don't. But that, I would say, is now 2 legs into the key level. All right. Uno, dos. Can we see a backside to complete this? We don't have to. It's holding off where we bid off yesterday. It's very clear. But now there is a ton of stops down here now from yesterday and today. So that's why I'd like to trade back into those guys. They might save it for tomorrow. It's very possible they save it for tomorrow. We're flow zones are supporting action now. That is one thing. I really don't like the way this looks here. It's very hard to see everything. All right, back to trend. Back to flow zones. There is liquidity above. I still think we sell down today. I feel like I've been here, seen this before. Probably should have been playing that short on the extension, to be honest, if I was going to think about it, because we're now already almost 100 points lower 3 minutes later than that big push. So back down to that low volume node. If we see backside here, you know what I'm looking for. I've made it very, very clear. I would like to trade backside of this move today if possible. This can be, you know, big flag to be built out to go lower. We're trading into that anchor VWAP right now. I have to pull this even further down so I can see more. Right, so anchor VWAP right here and Globex right here. No, I use market structure for sure. Correct. I don't just trade price. I trade price action. So some people just trade price based on VP. I trade price action, and I use it for Confluence. Lots of volume being built out here. I hate that they're adding liquidity up into 75s. Don't like that. Another 100-point drop, basically, from anchor to anchor. So anchored off the low, anchored off the high. We're trapped between now. Yeah, it's been nice and long today because we've got the volatility. I'll sit here and trade all the time. I think we might have edge in the market. I'll sit here and trade. Back to that anchor again and Globex again. If we get backside here, VIX is starting to perk here. If we get backside here, I would not be surprised to see a wash back down to previous day low if we get backside here. Data's gone again. Anyone else having issues? Why now, of all times? Man, I had an order in. It's trying to put me long. Get me the fuck out. What are you doing, Ninja Trader? Oh my God, guys. This is going to be a nightmare. Thank God for that. Well, I've just lost money there because Ninja Trader can't fucking operate properly. Anyone else having that? I'm going to go fucking nuts at these guys. Just giving back $200 for no reason. Tell you what. Fuck all your stupid little let's trade together and have a competition. Fucking make sure data works properly. Make sure data works properly. You just cost me $200 or $300 for no fucking reason. I shouldn't have even been in the trade. Fucking idiots, mate. No one in professional circumstances would have to deal with this bullshit. Why do we have to deal with it? Absolute joke. Absolute joke. Yeah, absolute joke. Fucking stop this nonsense of like, oh, we're going to have a competition. I don't care about your competition. Make your product work properly. That's the second time today. Now I'm scared to trade it. Now I want to trade backside and I'm scared to trade it. Because if I try and put a limit in higher and it fills me as a buy order lower, there's a serious fucking problem, isn't there? Basically filled my cover before I was even in. Joke. What a joke. Gifting back money for no flipping reason. I still think we're going to trade lower. I want to get involved, but I'm scared now. I'm going to be honest. I tried to put a limit up here and it filled me as a buy here. That is a problem. Or it filled me as a buy here or wherever it was. Looks like it's trying to build for that flag, which is good for us if we're looking for that backside move. Man, I'm going to be honest. I'm scared to trade it now. I don't want to give my day back. I'm up nicely. Put me in a trade like 10 seconds. Yeah, exactly. Delayed order. That's what just happened to me. I put my limit sell in and it filled, because it's an ATM, it filled the stop order of the buy. 10 seconds later, and it wouldn't let me delete it. I think we're going to see failure soon. I think we're going to see it soon. I know they're still building at the moment, but I think it is a matter of time. Unless they can convince me that they can reclaim these anchors, I think we build liquidity in here, and eventually we're going to see this move, I think. Whether it's today or not, I don't know, but I think it's going to happen. Well, I hope you don't have it, Kurt. I hope you don't have it. It's clearly a Tradeify issue. Tradeify's the data. They've clearly had some issues the last 2 days. It's absolute bullshit. Having an issue like that in a market which is moving 30, 40 points ATR per M1 is unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. I put one in yesterday. PDC hit. Ironically, if it hadn't pulled me out that trade, I'd be up on the long now. It was never the trade plan, so it's fine. Surely we don't go back to 25,000. Surely we're not going back to 25,000. Guys, this is driving me insane. I've got to move this to the other side. It's like so hard to see. What's this low vol? 60s. Yeah, thick in here. Thick in 60s to 90s. Please don't go up there and go sideways. Please don't do what you did yesterday. What is the swing point in this? 50%. Already tabbed 50%. No, please, no, please. I'm so sick of the rotations. I just want a follow through day. Look at the daily. It's looking so bad. Just like complete the daily candle looks awful. Just giant wicks both sides. Strong buying coming in here. Well, if sellers don't take control again, then we're not going to get the rotation I've been talking about. That is true. Yes, Troy, exactly. Lower day, higher day. These are the 2 points. Red and blue. Exactly. And we're back into value now. And we get thick above this. If we if we trade through basically 25k, we're going to go 25.50, which means all of this was for nothing. It's just the options levels, I'm going to guess, for tomorrow. Okay, squeezing it goes. I'm pretty annoyed with NinjaTrader right now. I'm beyond pretty annoyed, giving back for no reason. Got to let go. It's a big thing for me. When I lose a trade because of a technical issue, it is a major trigger for me. So I need to be aware of it. Maybe it's time to walk away for the day if that is triggering me. I have to be aware of it. I don't think. I think there's a data issue right now. It's probably just because the markets are moving so quickly. But I'll check it out, Amani. It's back to previous day point of control. Just tagged back into the lower side of this volume. We really don't get thick until sort of 70s. A little node here we just hit through that 70. So we're getting stuck in an area of interest. I'm still I'm short bias for the rotation back to hit. All the time we're heavy in here. Yes, lower time frame you can argue long, but what I'm talking about is the main trade, the main potential trend. I'm short biased all the time. We fail to reclaim that big node here. If they do bid off current day value, though, we have to note it. But this is 3 drives now into this area. The time 1:30. So back to that uptrend, back to flow zones again. What's that value? 19s. Really, we're just going to walk it all the way back up. Really, market. Fucking insane market right now. Absolutely insanity that we can do these flushes and never retest and walk straight back up. The endless bid on the tape is fucking crazy this week. When you think about what we've done this week, the bid off 700, think about how much size has absorbed that level this week. It's seriously impressive. Like, someone has got an endless amount of cash down there to be like, nope, no way, I'm holding this market up. I'm a beast. You're not going anywhere. Like, it's really impressive when you just break it down in that form. I think they will get washed out at some point, but I can definitely be wrong, because so far this week, they have had an endless bucket of cash here, here, here. Like, think about how much absorption's happened there. It's really impressive. And the V-shaped recoveries off it are also impressive. Oh, do we call it here? I'm tired now. I'm tired, and we're starting to go back into that range from the last few days. I'm just wondering, do they really want to go back for that New York VWAP? Really? Bias is still downside retest. And even if we don't hit previous day low, my bias is like a downside retest. From this kind of area, but we haven't had a shift, and they are absorbing. This guy on the bid here at 18. If they flush this, we go 900 check. Still there at 18. Refresh buying at 18. Now they're selling 20s. All right. Watching that 900s basically now. Look at this guy pulling his order. Sold 20s, pulled it, came back in, pulled it, now adding at 10s, now adding at 5s, pulled it, now adding at 10s. A lot of wiggles going on here. The longer we're here, the more I think we're going to trade higher first. Look at this bid coming on. Are you kidding? He's back. He is well and truly back. He just bid 27s, 34s. Wow. Wow. They're coming to retest him again. Is he here again? That is mental. I can't believe this guy. It just feels like one guy or one institution all week at these levels. Is Bowden here? What was the level yesterday he chewed up? Was it the same level? I feel like it probably what it was. It definitely was the same level we chewed up yesterday. Yeah. Even though my bias is downside, we're not doing it. We're not seeing any expansion lower. We are seeing an endless bid on the tape. I think I've got to call it there. We've been here. It's a really long stream. And this is like yesterday. V-shape off the bottom. 3 drives at the top. No failing yet. It might come later when I'm off stream. It very well might come later. But right now, I'm unwilling to play when there's a relentless bid going on. And it is relentless because they're trying to sell on him. And he's not on the tape and he's absorbing. Someone's going to get hurt, like I always say. Someone will get hurt. But this is really impressive, folks. And we had a good day. About 890, 950. It's the same range. It's the same guy in the same range. Here we go. He's back in again. He's just stepping on the tape. No worries, folks. All right, decent day, though. Not bad day. Shame with Ninja Trader. That really peed me off. Nasty way to the end of the day, that. All right. Peace and love, everyone. Trade safe this afternoon. Again, if we're going to do the same as yesterday, expect just chop in this range. No, lack of edge in that range. And yeah, we'll see what we get Friday. If we close like this, terrible. If we close like this, I'm telling you, terrible end to the week. So we need to not close where we are now. This is not a good part to close in. We will have no edge tomorrow if we close here. Based on the daily, it will be an awful, awful, awful close on the daily. All right. Big love. Trade safe. See you tomorrow. Be kind. Use hard stops. All that good stuff. Take care.